Megan Fox.
Yeah, Megan Fox has the story.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox.
Megan Fox writes at PJ Media.
Eat Tucker.
And that was your last.
Damn it, man. I cried for 2 days.
Megan, thank you very much for that.
So, I can explain the bed thing.
If you don't show up and vote, up your ass. I don't care if you're in the hospital. Crawl to the stake. Crawl there.
It's like Jesus going into the temple. He's like, I got a whip. Get out! Get out! The lovely and wonderful Megan Fox. Not that one.
Not that one. Not the weird one that drinks blood in his toe thumbs.
Megan Fox.
Megan. And honestly, Megan, if you don't like it, I'm sorry.
She's the devil.
Megan Fox. Megan Fox.
I've been very nice to you, although I could probably maybe not be based on the way you have treated me, but I wouldn't do that.
You've never met a like me. You want to tangle? You want to go? Holy sh**.
Too much cussing on this. I guess we didn't bleep it, so we got to turn it off. But it's
You pissed off the wrong woman.
oh my God, I have been assaulted, but Megan Fox runs wild on you, brother.
She's the devil.
Not for publication.
The story.
I'm Megan Fox. Thank you. Cheers.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Megan Fox, your resident medium smart journalist. I am an author, a broadcaster, a mom of 3, and a large German shepherd who is sleeping off camera right now. So hopefully he'll wake up when we get to Doggo Cam. And what do we need about 150 before we get to Doggo Cam, and then it will be there. And he'll be there looking at us. I can call him maybe he'll respond. I'll give him a treat or something. All right, coming to the program today to watch this historic hearing, this historic viewing of this historic hearing with Judge DeThomasis and the What the Hales case. IT Goatee Brad, Megan's lovely assistant. Yeah, who called you that? It was so funny.
It was Dave Neal.
It was Dave Neal. That's right, Dave. Speaking of Dave Neal, I don't know what are the updates in that case yet, but hopefully he's got something new. Did you see what my Lego project was over the weekend?
You've been a Lego building fiend lately. It's pretty crazy.
This is my courtroom I have built for my desk. Now I have to rebuild it. I'm probably going to work on it while we're watching this hearing because I have a structural problem right here. As you can see, it's coming apart.
That's not
I have to rebuild this because I made a mistake here. So I'm going to tear it down and try to rebuild the structure on this side. But look at the security. Can you see the security, dude?
Yeah.
Like there's a cop and like you go and you put your
metal detector.
And then we've got I like the camera in the courtroom. Let's see. I'll turn it around so you can see it. Let's see. Maybe you can see. Oh, it's falling apart on me. See, I have to redo it.
The locals photo is a little bit better.
It's structurally unsound. Oh crap. Oh no, things are falling. Okay. All right. No, I am going to rebuild it though. I brought all my Legos upstairs with me today because hearing watch sometimes can get boring. This one is a little boring until we get to the end. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right, we'll do that later. Until you get to the end when Judge DeThomasis loses his mind. Okay, so for the first time, we are going to watch hearing number 1, Hales v. Preston, or Preston v. Hales. Uninterrupted, other than by me and Brad every once in a while. It's the full hearing. And we're going to start. I have all of them. We're going to start watching them 1 through 5. What do you mean you don't have sound?
That's a you problem.
That's a you problem. Refresh, do something. Well, of course, he can't hear me so it doesn't really make any difference what I say. Structurally unsound, just like our court system.
It's going to be your new tagline.
I can show you better pictures. I posted pictures on Twitter. Unhung Hero, thanks to the super chat, says, stop talking about hair. Just getting that out of the way.
We haven't even gotten there yet.
PDW, thanks to the super sticker. Love you and appreciate you. There are 1,000 of you here right now. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you're not already subscribed. I should probably turn on the subscriber only mode on chat. If it gets too crazy in there, let me know. And I'll slow it down. But for right now, I think we
fix your stuff. There you go.
Fix your... Thank you, Brad. So without further ado, it's a good thing I was on with Jeff this morning and realized as I was going to pull up part of hearing 1 for him that I had not downloaded it from my Dropbox and didn't put it somewhere where we could share it. So during Jeff's show, I did that. So
can you play it from Dropbox like we did from my video? No.
I don't think so. I didn't want to risk it. So I uploaded it on a private video to YouTube so that we don't have to play games. All right, here we go. Are you guys ready for this? First time ever seeing the full hearing.
I've largely stayed away from this case, and then I saw your bit with Jeff, and I was like, Jesus Christ, this woman ate all of the meth in fucking Florida.
Yeah, and by the way, those of you who are interested in the turtle happenings on the Turtle Reserve or whatever, MG Law tonight is going to be showing a video of the property. So make sure you guys tune in to MG Law. I can give you a small preview of what it looks like. Wait, hold on. I have a small preview.
Oh, no.
Let me just get to a still of this. Hold on. All right. This is a small preview, folks, of what this turtle reserve or turtle rescue looks like.
That's I've seen bad before, but that's just someone's junk pile with a couple of turtles and pools.
Turtle rescue. So anyway, tune in for that on MG Law's channel tonight. All right, now. All right, well, I guess that's it. Here we go. You ready? Welcome to Judge DeThomas's courtroom, the Grudge Judge.
Delay here, but I'm getting to your case here in just a moment. And then
he looks like discount Ron Coleman.
Do not insult Ron Coleman like that. He combs his hair.
I said discount.
True. By the way, he starts out by saying, I'm sorry for the delay. The delay was 4 hours. 4 hours.
Your case here in just a moment, and then I get a sense of where we're at. 38-2023 DR416, Lynette Preston and Jeremy Hales. To your left.
Good afternoon, Your
Good
Honor.
afternoon. You can state your name for the record and client as well.
Mark Feather on behalf of Jeremy Hales, who is present
It's
for
Mark
the record.
Feather.
Come on up here.
If you can come up to the podium, we're recording these proceedings. I just want to reflect that you're present.
State your name.
Jeremy Hales.
Good afternoon, sir. Ms. Preston, likewise, if you could just announce your presence, come to the podium.
I'm here. Lynette Preston.
Okay. All right, so we are here, and I want to just address procedurally where we're at and where we may be going here today. Determine we've got two matters that may be litigated. I don't know if this one is, so let me just start with the premise that the case that's on the docket is 38-2023 DR 416. Okay, it is a petition for injunction against stalking filed September 7. This court entered an order on that same date setting hearing. On 9/13, extended the order setting hearing because of problems with service. October 11, entered a second extended order setting hearing because of service issues. And on October 26, entered a third extension of an order setting hearing. And today's the return date on that. Subsequent to that, but with no action taken, is a supplemental petition filed on October 30th, some 338 pages in length, which did not change the posture of the case from order setting hearing to an order setting hearing with issuance of a temporary injunction. So there's no temporary injunction in place. The question is whether the petitioner is seeking a final judgment of injunction and whether we're all prepared to proceed here today. So let me just clarify for that. Ms. Preston, are you seeking a final judgment of injunction?
Yes.
And are you prepared to proceed today?
Yes.
All right, we're going to get back to that question in just a second. And then Mr. Feather, and I couldn't get back to you sooner, but I want you to know I reviewed the cases that you submitted or the authority that you intend to rely on if we proceed to hearing here today. But the other issue that was raised is what, and I just want to, is that you may be seeking what's phrased as copies of the petitions, plural, seeking an injunction previously filed against Mr. Hales. And so I am aware that there was a prior petition, one in number 38-2023 DR 276 from June 5 that was denied. And under the statute, denial of entry without service upon the respondent remains sealed and confidential, which is why I would presume that you didn't get access to that from the clerk.
Yes, sir. I think that's right.
Are you, I guess I want to just hear from you if you think that there's more, and then the other component is whether you have had access to, because petitions, there's a petition 9/7 in this case 23 DR 416 and then a supplemental petition in this same case. So it's 50 pages from the September 7 and there's 338 pages from the October 30th. Do you at least have those?
Yes, Your Honor.
And access to that? Okay.
I have all of those. We've been able to review those materials.
All right. So
I thought that the other, as is required, the petitioner must identify other injunctions that were sought. And so that was alleged here. I should have put the S in parentheses because I don't know how many, but I do know that in her cover sheet, she indicated, or no, in the petition itself, she indicated that she had sought petitions before against my client.
Right.
I think that's on the second or third page.
I could tell you that, and I think because I'm looking, it's the same date. June 5 petition, order denying June 5.
And so we contacted the clerk when doing our due diligence to find out what had been alleged previously. The court found insufficient, and the clerk, pursuant to statute, was unable to share that information because it's been sealed.
Right.
My concern was that those allegations may be similar and or different, but that we should have an opportunity to review them ahead of time. If we could have a chance to look at them before, we'd like to resolve this today. If we can't, that's fine. We're ready to proceed to the hearing either way, Your Honor.
Well, so those might be inconsistent, which is, I mean, if we're going to proceed today, then you're waiving potentially the ability to see what's in that file. And here's this is a unique situation. And I can tell you, I researched it. I'm willing to hear from you if you've got an answer to it. Clearly, you're entitled, if this case started as a case number and there were multiple supplemental petitions, just like you're entitled to the September 7 petition and the supplemental from October 30th, because it's in this case.
Yes.
I can't find authority to in effect unseal or make it accessible the other case number when the statute and rule applicable to it in a vacuum, looking at just that case, is that because it didn't result in entry of an order and didn't get served, it remains confidential.
Oh my God. He's just not going to get on with this hearing. Like, we're just going to, he loves to get into minutia of, he could have just said, okay, we're here on this case. Petitioner, it's your motion, go. All of this is so unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. Yeah, I'm not sure what sealed document he's actually talking about. Did you happen to figure out what is sealed in this case?
I don't know. Like, I'm coming into this blind, but from what I'm hearing, it sounds like Lynette filed something. It was never served, but it remained as an entry, and then because the court closed it and it was never served, it remains a sealed petition. And he's saying that the defendant waives the ability to review it prior to starting the hearing because it would be like discovery. It's like once everything is started, you don't get to discover anymore. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. So we don't know what that document is. Nick Naylor, thanks for the super chat, says, okay, so I caught the tail end of Legal Vices. You have my interest, Megan, but I need a quick and dirty TLDR. Okay, here comes. Ready?
Phrasing.
Here's how it works. These two people, Jeremy Hales has a big YouTube channel, over 600,000 followers. He seems like a decent dude. He's got a stalker. That stalker, he says, is Lynette Preston, who's the plaintiff in this case. He went and got a restraining order against her first in the state of Ohio where he lives. He winters in Florida where she lives, and she moved across the street from him onto a dump and then tried to shake him down for some money. So she's been, according to him, harassing him and his fiance for a long time. So he went and got a restraining order in Ohio. She then files a restraining order against him in Florida court. And we are hearing, this is the first hearing to find out if this restraining order sticks. Okay, so far we're 6 minutes in and the judge cannot stop talking about technicalities. He's not going to let these people actually give their case. It's absolutely stupid.
Now, I know that he goes off on feathers later on, but the interesting thing is, while it does start 4 hours late, he says that he was researching the authorities about the ability to review this petition. So it's really interesting because he seems like he's invested in the case, even though this was first hearing.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. So you think so he scheduled it for last on purpose. So they were called into court at 1 p.m., but they didn't get up in front of him until 4.
Mm-hmm.
And if he had been researching beforehand, then he probably already knows that Jeremy has a YouTube channel and all this other stuff. And you know what? Oh my God, now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. He wanted to make new law. That's what MG Law was talking about last night. And it finally just clicked in my head. There was a new cyber stalking law that went into effect in Florida, very close to this happening. He wanted to be one of the first ones to implement the new law. So he saw this come before him. It had all the markings for cyber stalking and all for him to be able to be the first judge to implement this new cyber stalking law in Florida. And that's why he was researching it. That's why he took extra time, because this guy has an ego on him the size of Texas, and he wants to be written about. Well, you're going to get written about now, Judge, and it isn't for what you thought. That's what this is about. He did this on purpose.
I understand the purpose of that is so that a petitioner who is not successful in obtaining the relief is not at greater risk for having tried to do so against somebody who may not have injunction against them, et cetera. So there's a good policy and philosophical basis for that ruling.
Yeah.
The unique aspect of this case, and I don't know if you're advancing this argument, and if you are, I would need some authority and a factual basis, is to effectively, it could be that this is supplemental to that proceeding because it's similar in nature. And I can tell you, I can confirm for sure, but I'm pretty sure I'm the one that denied it. But that doesn't mean I have institutional knowledge of what was pled in the June 5 petition. I've got access to it, but potentially it would require an in-camera review of that to see if there's otherwise relevance, or whether de facto kind of effectively this case number is part of that case number, and he's the respondent. He's now responding to the allegations. If they overlap or they overlap and there's inconsistencies, he may be entitled to that. And so it's kind of like piercing that statutory protection of non-disclosure.
Understood. Until this arose, I had never seen a case or a situation where a party was not entitled to a plea. But that is in fact what exists, apparently, in accordance with this statute. So he was in fact listed and named as a respondent, but it doesn't exist other than in this new petition where she says that it existed.
Correct.
Interestingly enough. So, Your Honor, we'll waive. We don't need it. We're ready to proceed to the hearing. I don't intend to submit an argument to try to obtain that. I think that it may contain relevant information. If the court has access to it, we'd ask it to consider it, as it might be contrary to what's provided today. But
I can't review it to consider it. It would not be fair to your client, potentially, because I don't know what's in there. And it wouldn't be fair if it's either going to come in and be exposed or disclosed to you and your client. If you're waiving the ability to get that, which could potentially give you potential impeachment information, other relevant information, it could lead to other evidence. It could be a discoverable basis, but you'd have to, in effect, what I'm going to call pierce what would otherwise be the statutory privilege of having it under seal. And
I understand all that.
I can see there may be a basis for that, but if you're doing so, I think we're going to need to litigate that issue. And if the court grants you that relief, we're not likely to proceed today. I can tell you, I know that petition is 16 pages in length. I just checked, and really, because I was curious, because I know this one is now 338 plus 50, 388.
Wait,
and
pause
so
it.
I looked at that just to see what kind of.
Yeah.
He just said that he hasn't reviewed it, and he doesn't know if he can review it because it would prejudice his client. But then he just said, "Oh, but I just looked and it was 16 pages."
Well, maybe he can see the page count on the docket. Yeah, you can. You can see the page count on the docket. So maybe that. But again, we're 9 minutes and 22 seconds into this, and he's still not hearing this case.
Not that the number of pages dictates much, other than how much labor would be in required.
No one needs to hear your inner thoughts on how many pages means how much work, Judge. Not that the number of pages means that my God, shut up.
To evaluate it all and decide to proceed.
And of course, I could question her about it if it becomes, if we needed to, Judge. But may I have just one moment?
Okay.
Your Honor, we'd like to proceed today and resolve this matter without the access to the previously filed petition.
Okay, and so now the next issue of evidentiary concern in terms of us proceeding or not proceeding here today, because I've been here on, I don't know, it's 3 or 4 different occasions with Ms. Preston, who in her petition also refers to evidence, which obviously the court hasn't received or reviewed, in the form of, I think, a hard drive or a thumb drive or a zip drive or something like that.
Why does he say he's been here 3 or 4 times with Miss Preston?
Good question. Don't know.
Where when was she here before? And he knew that there was all this evidence in this case, and yet he called them for a 1 p.m. hearing when he had all these other hearings scheduled, and then waited until 4 to start this. Wow.
Crazy.
I
So,
have
Ms. Preston, let me-
I have videos with me that are on my drive on my laptop and one video on my phone.
Okay, and so
I'm not a lawyer. I'm not very good with.
well, there's a legal issue, but then there's also just a tech issue. So I already have our tech department prepared if need be. So I've told you before, I can't receive.
I've told you before. So she's
a zip drive.
Ex parte
plug it into
communication
one
to
of
the
our
judge.
computers. It's got to first be.
Unless she was in the courtroom and he told her in the courtroom for something else. Maybe she came to him for an ex parte order. I don't know. The previous denied stalking petitions. Okay. Right. She had filed before and was denied a couple times. So maybe that's what this is about.
Be viewed by our tech people to make sure that it doesn't have any kind of a bug or whatever in it before we open it, because it'll destroy our system, and we're not going to do that. I've got the equipment to do that. And if we're going to deal with presentation of that type of evidence, I'm just going to take a break, and I'm going to call my tech guy, and he's going to describe. And I think what I'm going to do.
He's going to call IT Goatee Brad.
System, and then they're going to
Bullshit.
do virus detection before it's ever a part of our system or downloaded. And I may use improper tech terms, but nonetheless, we would have to do that.
Would it be wise, Your Honor, to consider the laying of the predicate or foundation prior to going through all of that? Because if it can't be laid, then we're wasting a lot of
Sure, we got an
court's time.
authentication issue as well. So, Ms. Preston, let me just ask you in terms of, do you have witnesses present with you today?
No, I had witnesses, but the letters that I provided to you that were from those witnesses to stand up for me, he posted them online and gave out all of their personal information, and so they will not come. They don't want to be a target.
All right, so are you going to ask the court to consider those letters?
Not if you can't use them. I mean, they're not here. They can't defend it. They were just letters of support on, some of them were fans that are no longer his fans that seen what he did and just got disgusted.
Or maybe you made them up and they don't exist. And so that's why they can't come into court. Maybe. I don't know.
Mr. Feather, are you aware of what she's referring to? They're part of the 338-page submission.
338 pages?
Oh yeah, I read it. It's
I tried to deal
crazy.
with that issue, which is
Read a lot of
hearsay
letters.
issue on its face.
Yes, sir.
So,
And I know the court didn't consider them. And so, it is what
well,
it
what,
is.
I know it's kind of, maybe it's hard to, the court considers what's submitted
No,
in a different context when I'm reviewing a petition
allegation
for
of
the
fact.
temporary relief than when I am here in the case. So just like I can be the person, I did a couple of search warrants this week. I could potentially be 3 months later, the judge on a motion to suppress, the judge, it never should have been issued in the first place. And we just kind of compartmentalize or change hats and look at it a different analysis. So Ms. Preston, if you're not relying on those and those witnesses are not here, it's likely those are all hearsay.
It's fine.
And they're not going to be
I
relied
don't need
upon.
them.
So my question to you, it's just a matter of logistics. I got one other case substantively. I just want to make sure that if we're going to have to deal with tech issues or whatever, timing issues, so you have no other witnesses, correct?
Not at this time, John.
This is the time.
No
So
witnesses.
if
But
we're
I
gonna-
have a child that has a life-threatening metabolic disorder. We cannot leave her with anyone. So we can't
Yes, you can.
keep her.
Life-threatening metabolic disorder. That's in dispute. So again, apparently, according to everything that people are telling me, the metabolic disorder is completely controllable with diet. This kid that she has, you're going to hear now that she's in the car and has been in the car with her live-in boyfriend, John Cook, for the entire time they've been here. So at least 3 to 4 hours, she's already been in the car. and she's 4 years old, and this woman goes and changes diapers during this trial
I heard
on
that.
a 4-year-old. I'm sorry, but if I'm a judge in a courtroom and I hear that, I have questions. Why is your child in a car? That's not an appropriate place to be watching a child in the car.
We're safe that way from catching the virus or some kind of illness. So I can't have my other witness come because he's in the vehicle with the child.
Then you
It's fine.
leave them at home.
It is what it is.
Well, all right, you might have given me the reason, but without the answer, which is really, I just want to know if you're the only witness.
I'm the only witness for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Mr. Feather on behalf of Mr. Hales? Do you anticipate any additional witnesses?
Your Honor, yes, we have 3 other potential witnesses.
Okay, and forensics or other evidence?
No, sir.
Okay.
Testimony.
So I'm inclined to address this issue of whether there's like I'll call it an authentication issue to be addressed first on whether the tech is going to come in. But we may end up having to take a break if in fact those items.
The videos are very pertinent to what I'm saying and why I need a protection order.
All right, and so I again, because I've reviewed the petition and Mr. Feather, I don't think it's any surprise or prejudice. I think you're relying on what is referred to as YouTube videos.
One video, no, I made myself of something that just happened not even 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
Another one is a video that I made for a meeting of our town hall meeting, and something that Mr. Hales did to me in that meeting in front of everyone.
Do you have the ability, you said you had your computer, you have the ability to play those on your device?
Yes.
Mr. Feather, do you want access to those before they're played?
Yes, sir,
Yes.
that's okay.
So what I'm considering, maybe just pass you guys for a moment. It may be that we don't have to deal with the tech issue. It may be that there's not a basis for authentication. It may be that there is, but you've seen them and not been prejudiced by them being presented. So why don't I pass you guys for a few moments here, and I'll
Why does he need to say all of those words to say, do you want to look at the video on the phone? My God. And also, no, it cannot be authenticated if it's being played from her phone. Can it? Can it really? I mean, I guess if his attorney agrees to it, but this gets silly.
I'll address Ms. Munkitrick's other case. It's the only other one remaining on the docket, and we'll focus on you guys.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Preston, there's an issue of basically both sides knowing what evidence there is, and we can
Right.
fight about it as the case goes on, but it'll make it tedious. It may be that each side sees it and says, we're okay with it. We just have a different perspective of what it really establishes. And I don't know. So it could be helpful for you if you can boot that up and on the break and
Where would you like me to do that?
show, you guys could just step right outside and Mr. Feather, as counsel for Mr. Hales, could take a look at what, and then when we reconvene, there may be objections, there may be stipulations even. So let's at least address that in the time that it'll take for me to address this other case.
All right.
Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You guys can step outside for a moment.
I mean, okay, so now we got to go to the other one. Well, this is interesting. Who is here? It's Judge DeThomasis?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I am finally present because I want to judge you all incompetent and investigatorily need to be investigated, because what you're doing here is unruly, and I'm holding all of you in contempt of law.
And this is wonderful. Thank you, Judge DeThomasis, for joining the stream. We did have a question for you, and my question is, why does it take you 2,000 words to say, go take a break and come back? That's what I want to know.
Well, to be completely dishonest, I like the sound of my own voice, and I really enjoy speaking. I really enjoy talking, and I'm going to take up all of the oxygen in the room whenever I enter the room. There is not enough room when I enter the room, so that's why people scatter. That is my absolute belief.
Well, it's, it's a good belief. I think that's true. I think that's what's happening here. Larry, DUI guy plus, by the way, for those of you who don't know, Larry Foreman is on the air. Larry, did you hear that first part of the hearing?
I did not. I was in court. I'm actually driving back right now.
All right. Well,
that's why I don't have video.
Here's the thing I think I just discovered. I think I figured it out. Last night, MG Law had Steve Gosney on. They were all watching part of the deposition and a part of the hearings and stuff. And Steve, I think it was Steve, said that he thinks, or one of them said, that this judge wanted to make new law. I think that's absolutely the case. I think that new cyber stalking law had just dropped in Florida. He sees this case, and it's all about cyber stalking. He does all this research, which he admitted to in the beginning of this hearing. He said he researched this case. He sets it for 1 p.m. on this date. They get there, but he doesn't hear them for 3 more hours till 4 o'clock, knowing he's not going to get through it in an hour. He knows that. He knows that. He's dragging it on purpose. He thinks this is his legacy case. He's going to be written up in the books because he was the first judge to apply the new cyber stalking law. What do you think about that theory?
Wow. That is a very interesting theory, to be completely honest. That is not something that I thought about. And by the way, there's an echo. I don't know where the echo is coming from, but I hear my voice. I don't know if Chad can hear it too.
I do
Just
not
for the record.
hear it.
I don't hear it.
Do you hear it,
Okay, it may
Brad?
just be me.
I don't hear it. Brad
But
is
anyway,
muting himself just in case. How is it now?
No,
Any
no.
better?
It's all good. Actually, it's much better. Now I don't hear myself, but
Okay.
maybe it was just me. I don't know. Anyway, that is very fascinating. That is very interesting to know, because now I'm starting to think, like, hold on a second. Is it possible that he is creating a new precedent? Like, he's trying to create a new precedent, and that's very, very possible.
Yeah, I think that's what he was doing. I really do.
Yeah. That's new. I think somebody kind of alluded to it in the chat a few days ago, and I was like, nah, I don't believe that. But now that you're telling me it came out of his own mouth, I mean, that's a big deal.
He said that he had been researching this case, but right in that first part that we just heard. So it's like, oh, really? Now, what would he be doing that for? And then I remembered what MG Law was talking about last night, and I thought, oh my God, that's it. That's why he was researching it. He wants to be the guy. He's very interested in being somebody that they will be teaching about in law school where he used to teach. He wants to be that judge. All right, so here's part 2 of the first hearing. Now, this is a much longer video. So he's already made them go take a break to discuss this video evidence that's going to come in on Lynette's phone. What do you think about that, Larry? Can you authenticate a video being shown from the plaintiff's phone?
Well, you would have to put a witness in the witness box. You can't just start playing a random video in court. I mean, it is family court, so anything goes. Yeah, Lynette takes the stand, and then she authenticates. I under the penalty of perjury, I swear that everything I'm about to testify to is true. I mean, they do it with cops all the time. You know, is this your body cam? Yes. Was it operational on such and such date? Yes. Is that you pressing the button to turn it on? Yes. Is that you pressing the button to turn it off? Yes. You know, and that's it. And they play the video, and everybody knows this is what happened. Now, rarely do you question it unless it looks edited or doctored or modified or whatever. But when it comes to, like, you know, personal phone, I mean, I would question the veracity of it unless it looks authentic. So let's say it is being played in court. The judge would be the arbiter of fact, which is a fancy word for deciding whether or not it is true or not, and if it's real or not. And if he or she believes that the video looks to be authentic, real, unedited, natural recording of sequence of events, then it will probably be admitted into evidence. But you don't get to, there's a difference between showing it in evidence and getting it admitted into evidence. Because here's what theoretically could happen. Let's say it's a jury trial. Okay, I'm going to make this a little bit fancy. This is not what would happen in this case. But let's say it's a jury trial, and you have a jury sitting there, and everybody believes that this is like a good, authenticated, you know, whatever, document video. And the prosecutor starts playing it, and then everybody in the room starts realizing, like, this has been edited. This is not the original video. And even the defense attorney is stunned, might move for a mistrial and be like, Your Honor, this is the wrong video. This is not correct. Like, this is not what happened. This is clearly edited. This is not what we received in discovery, up in arms about it. And the prosecutor may be standing there like, he, trying to get away with something. The judge would literally say, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are to ignore, because it's been played into evidence. At the moment the prosecutor will say, Your Honor, I move to admit this video as exhibit number whatever into evidence, the judge is literally going to say, no, there's going to be an objection, sometimes even without an objection. This is not evidence, and I order the jury to disregard everything that was played on the video. Now, if the video is too incriminating for the jury to like now that they're like, oh my God, this guy did it, but it's a false video, it's a fake video, that would be like grounds for a mistrial to start over with a new jury. And maybe the prosecutor may be reprimanded or even sanctioned by the court, with a fine or possibly even jail time, depending on how egregious the offense.
Well, in this one, I guess his attorney doesn't object, and they end up playing it. So we'll see. But I think this is when the judge...
the most important thing you said right there. If the defense attorney, if the other attorney does not object, the objection is called waived. You can't even appeal it to a court. So your job as a defense attorney, you always have to be on point. Your Honor, we do not object at this time, but let's play the video and we'll see if we have an objection. Or you can just, for preservation of the record, Your Honor, we object to this being played in court. They play it anyway. You have an appeal. If you don't even object, either you know exactly what's coming and you don't really give a shit, or you need to object sometimes. Sometimes you just need to object for the sake of objecting. But I guess we'll see. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and the other thing is that, yes, it's one of Jeremy's videos, but they don't play the entire thing. And so the context is completely removed. And at the end of the video, he says very specifically, I don't want anyone contacting her. I don't want anyone doing anything. This is my fight. Nobody do anything. And that part the judge doesn't play. And he goes on and gives this to, gives him an injunction based on this, which I think this is when his attitude towards Jeremy started to change.
And Mr. Hales, 38-2023 DR416.
Got Lynette wandering into the courtroom with a giant backpack.
Record reflect the petitioner, Ms. Preston is back. Mr. Hales, the respondent, is back present with his counsel, Mr. Feather. This is case 38-2023 DR416. All right, so during the break, Ms. Preston, were you able to show counsel for Mr. Hales the videos that you intend to rely upon?
A couple of them, yeah. Haven't had a hard time with my drive, but I got it open now.
Okay, Mr. Feather.
Your Honor, she was able to show me two videos that she indicated that she intended to use today. I'm not sure about the relevance of them, but I think she can authenticate them because she took them.
Okay. All right. So we're otherwise ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Preston, if you can raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give in this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
They're giving a lot of deference for her being pro se.
All right. So, Ms. Preston, you are the petitioner in this matter. You filed the petition on September 7 and then supplemented it on October 30th with a supplemental petition. The first petition being 50 pages in length, the second one 338 pages, at least as to the parts attributed to you making statements of things, not the attached exhibits, which would include police reports, witness statements, character letters. Those are other people saying certain things.
Right.
The things that you've attested to in that petition, are those things true and correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay, you're corroborating that here today?
Yes.
Okay. With respect to the petition, it appears that you're alleging that Mr. Hales is stalking you specifically, in effect, what the court would construe as cyber stalking.
Oh,
So, okay, so it may be both in kind of in person, but also via communication or computer and or including social media.
yes.
Okay. What, if any, relationship do you and Mr. Hales have other than this case?
Absolutely none.
Okay. What, describe for me, if you will, just the property situation of how you guys are set up in Otter Springs. Are you neighbors?
Otter Creek.
Otter Creek, or what did I just call it?
We have property on the same road, but our driveways are quite a ways away from each other.
Like, give me a sense of distance.
2 blocks,
Okay.
maybe a little more.
So prior to what you're complaining of, issues with Mr. Hales, was there anything from your perspective that you believe precipitated what you're complaining of?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
We didn't have any problems at first, but his relationship with the Grangers is part of what started it.
Who?
The Grangers.
Martha.
Yeah, I know, but like, what? Who? She just starts out by saying his relationship. We don't know who these people are, but she has no idea what kind of story she's telling, and he just lets her keep going.
Came to our property one day to get bread because I was giving them bread for their chickens, and she made a comment to me that
Who is this?
Martha Rizk, his girlfriend,
George,
whatever she came to my property, and we were talking about the property, was giving her bread. And she said, well, with John being who he is, I have a problem with my ex-husband being verbally abusive. I've not ever hid that at all. And I have a tortoise rescue, and I have my daughter has a life-threatening metabolic disorder. And Martha made a comment to me, and she
let's not turn it into a drinking game every time she says life-threatening metabolic disorder, because we'll all be dead.
She said, well, don't you think it would be better for you if you gave your little girl up for adoption? And I told her that I thought it was best she left my property right there and then. And I think that, along with me running for a seat on the board in Otter Creek, is where it started. It was right at that same time of voting.
So what did that have to do with the Hales?
Incident,
that this other neighbor came
it all
over
started
and
online.
No. She says George came over to get bread for the chickens, and she said she should put her child up for adoption. Now, I doubt that that's how that went down, but that is her story that she is saying. So that's when allegedly this all began.
but then how did?
And then she ran for a seat on the board, and Jeremy and George didn't want her on the seat or whatever, so they were campaigning against her possibly, and she thinks that's cyber stalking. I don't know.
But she said that their interactions with the Grangers is what started this, and then she tells this story about coming over for bread for chickens, and the Grangers weren't mentioned.
I know. This is what I'm saying, is you can't understand any of her story at all. And this judge is just like, yeah, it's fine. Keep going. He believes this. Crap. Oh, Larry, I had just muted you because your phone was making a bunch of weird noises. So if you notice,
I'm sorry. It's when like I think a call comes in. I have my Bluetooth set in my ears, and I apologize. That's my phone
it's
glitching.
okay. It's all right. Just if you see that you're muted, I did that just because there was a weird noise. All right.
Roger.
So let's keep listening to this tale.
Him attacking me online and in public everywhere we go.
No, wait, I think it's fairly interesting, though, that she said she ran for a seat on the board, and then they're attacking her online and everywhere she goes. Ma'am, when you run for public office, the opposition is going to attack you online and everywhere else. That's the way it works. That's the way running for public office works.
I'm also curious, how does a law get passed for cyber stalking? Because
I don't know.
If you're recording all of the crazy things that someone is saying for documentation purposes, that wouldn't be stalking because you're publishing it online. And if you're talking to them, then that would just be harassment. So I'm really confused as to how you can get to cyber stalking.
I don't know.
IT goatee, by the way, you just gave me an idea for a future video. So I'm going to discuss the cyber stalking statute in Florida that she's trying to use against Jeremy.
Ooh, that's great, because we do need to look at that, because it seems like this law can be abused.
Yeah.
Obviously, because we're seeing this terrible abuse going on in this case, using that law to restrain everyone else's future speech around him, which is crazy. So yeah, that law needs to, and you know what else would be great, Larry? I was thinking about reading the Bud Love decision, because it's really something. I've read it once, but I was thinking about reading it online. That decision is really instrumental to this case. It's basically saying, no, you can't do what this judge did. You cannot restrain someone's future speech, and you cannot say that he's not allowed to use legal speech about someone. You can't incite people to violence. You can't use illegal speech, which would be like the fighting words and the, all that definition. But you can't stop somebody from talking about their shitty neighbor. You just can't. That's not allowed. So yeah, I think getting into the cyber stalking laws is a great idea, Larry. All right, let's move on.
Take it a step at a time here. You have a daughter.
Yes.
What age?
4.
That was a really long pause staring at her.
Currently a
Yeah. Pause it.
official?
Nope.
Did you ever become one?
Nope.
Okay. At the time, you're saying at or about this time you were running for elected office?
So he is picking up on, oh, you ran for elected office. You're a public person.
Servant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
you're
Megan,
yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I was sorry. I guess my connection dropped. I was trying to say there's another thing that one of my good friends sent me the other.
Uh-oh. Larry, I think you fell into a black hole. Larry. Shoot. We're losing Larry.
Well, while he works on his connection issues, something interesting, watching the judge, she says, "How old's your daughter?" And she says 4, and he stares at her, and it's almost like he goes, "There is no way this woman just had a child 4 or 5 years ago."
Oh.
Like, go back,
Well, yeah,
5
because maybe he doesn't know she's adopted or whatever. But also, if I heard 4 years old and then in a couple of minutes she's going to ask him to go change a diaper, I'd be like, wait, on your 4-year-old? What? So I don't know what happened to Larry, but maybe he'll be back soon. I sent him a message on Twitter.
Just a seat on the board. Yeah. To help out Otter Creek.
All right. But I guess what I'm getting to is to some extent you were a public individual.
I don't know about that.
Well,
yes.
Yes, you
did
are.
You hold yourself out as a candidate for public office?
As a candidate, yes.
Okay.
Then you
I ran
are.
with Tree Granger.
Okay. What do you mean you ran with?
We were doing it together at first. 4 of
Is
us
it like
ran.
vice president, or is it 2 separate seats?
No, there was a bunch of seats open.
Okay, so you guys were running at or about the same time, but you're
Yes.
running to be an independently elected
Yes.
official of Otter Creek.
Right.
Okay.
4 of us kind of
All
said
right.
we were going to do it.
So you hear something that caused you to react in a certain way, which was
Very kindly and
why don't
politely
you
asked
place
her to
your
leave.
child for adoption?
Maybe I should give my baby up for adoption.
Okay.
And I just told her, I said, I think you need to leave.
Okay.
Just
So
and be
what-
done with it.
Just give me a sense of what connection or relevance, how does that tie into the issues you're complaining about, Mr. Hales?
Because right after that is when all of the online attacks started, the filming of our property started, everything started then. The announcing to 600,000 viewers that I'm a meth addict, that I'm abusing my child, that
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
they
Yeah,
We'll
back
just
up a
try it.
second. Who are you saying announced you're a meth addict?
Jeremy did to his viewers on a video.
Okay, so let's describe, if you will. You're saying you're aware that Jeremy has a website, or what does he have?
YouTube and Facebook.
Okay, so he has a YouTube channel.
Yes.
And he has a Facebook page.
Yes.
This guy is acting like he
What's the
doesn't
YouTube
know
channel?
that.
Known
What the
as?
Hales?
I'm sorry.
He knows.
What the Hales?
What the Hales, Hales, like his name.
Yes.
And the Facebook page is same thing.
Yes.
And how do you access the YouTube channel?
I don't go on his YouTube. Unfortunately, a million
Baloney.
people, now that he's got all this all out in the world, messaging me daily,
Well, hang
sending
on,
me
back
stuff.
up then. If you don't have access to his YouTube channel.
I do
Okay, you do. Okay, how do you access it?
on my phone.
Okay, and you can view what he posts?
Yes.
Or how do you attribute what the Hales to Jeremy Hales, the individual who's in court here today?
Because it's his YouTube.
Does he have his picture on it or anything?
Yes.
Okay, so you know it's him?
Yes.
Or that's what you're believing, it to be him?
I know it's his. Yes.
Okay, why do you know it's him?
Because they post on it every day. They do their videos on it every day. Him and Martha.
Okay, who's Martha?
Martha Rizk, his girlfriend.
Okay, how many folks, you mentioned something about 600,000, where did that number come from?
He has 600,000 viewers, followers.
Okay. And he's posting derogatory information about you?
Absolutely.
And you're saying it's untrue information?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
Then she
what
should sue
impact
for
is that, other
defamation.
than,
Right.
I guess you're saying it
Harassment's
affected
the
you
wrong thing.
negatively. What impact has it had on you?
Number one, it's almost ended my tortoise rescue from the continual lies. Even though Fish and Game has cleared us, he sent Fish and Game to my property and had them look at my property because they said I was killing, not feeding, not taking care of my tortoises.
Okay, so hang on. So you're saying that he made false accusations
Yes.
to Game and Fish.
Yes.
Game and Fish come out and they clear you.
They gave me a warning about the size of our pools. The
So
only
they
thing I
didn't
needed to
clear you.
change was-
So he called Game and Fish and they found a problem, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're already lying. You're already lying because there was a problem that you're not owning up to here. You know, like this is so garbage. So she got a warning for the water.
As the size of our pools.
Okay, but that's they're conducting their investigation. They're following their responsibilities, and they gave you a warning, correct?
Right.
I mean, if you're disagreeing with their warning, like they had no basis to give you one, that's fine. You can go fight that. But I'm
No,
saying,
no, that's not what I'm
Right.
saying. He had never,
So-
he didn't know about sizes of pools. He didn't turn me into them for that.
all right, so your
That
your
doesn't
claim
matter.
is he makes a
But
false
you were saying
accusation.
you said that Martha came over to get bread. She could see the size of the pools.
Well,
And-
it doesn't even really matter though it doesn't matter whether or not the pools were the problem they called about. If they called about a problem, it doesn't matter what problem Fish and Wildlife find, you know? Like that's just complaining about nothing. They found a problem. That's all you need to know. Right? That's how I would see it.
Results in an investigative agency coming to your house, investigating, resulting in a warning.
And that's not that's not the end of it.
Okay, I just want to establish that.
After
That happened?
fan
That
after-
happened? Hang on, that happened.
Yes.
Okay, so I want to take it a step at a time because you've
I'm
covered
sorry.
a lot. And at one point, I think in your petition, you said you had difficulty in narrowing it down. So I want to try to narrow it down. And counsel's going to ask you questions. Well, you don't have a lawyer here to ask you questions. So I'm trying to derive the information based on what's in your pleading. So
you don't have a lawyer, so I'm going to pretend to be your lawyer.
part of your complaint is that he makes a complaint to Game and Fish. They come out and they give you a warning.
Not only to Fish and Game, but to all of his fans.
Okay, well, we're gonna get to that in a second.
Okay.
But you're saying you almost had your rescue shut down.
No. That's not what I meant. I
think you
I
said
knew I
something.
wasn't.
That's
getting
what you
shut
said.
down.
That is what you said.
I can't use it the way it's supposed to be used
Why?
because his fans won't allow it.
What
do
is
his fans
there-
do?
The minute, if I were to post every rescue in the United States you become a 501c3 for the purpose of getting donations. Dog places that keep dogs and
Sell
help
dogs.
dogs and all that. They run on a donation basis. That's why people do it. Most people don't do it to do it out of their pocket because you can't. You can't
Alright,
help
so
that many animals.
you have a 501c3
I have a
rescue.
501c3. I'm good with the USDA. I'm registered with the USDA.
Right.
All my credentials are good, up to date.
Okay,
And
and you're saying his actions are interfering with your ability to conduct that operation.
yes.
How?
A couple reasons.
Okay, so I'm trying to find out, you're here trying to get an injunction. You're
Right,
not
I
here
know.
suing him for the damages that he may or may not have caused.
No.
So,
Why
what
not?
Well,
His fans went.
so his fans are doing things. Why do you attribute to him? He's the only guy in court here. His
Because
fans.
he's posted hundreds of videos. There's
Hundreds? I
the
doubt
last
that.
time we counted videos.
Yeah,
that
there
had
are.
nothing to do with us.
There's a lot of
It was
videos.
180 videos.
Okay, and what are they?
They're on YouTube. They're YouTube videos.
Of what?
He posts. He does lives. And he makes videos every single day.
Hang on, just
I
give
think
me
I
a
gave
sense.
you.
So are they videos of your operation?
No.
Okay.
There's videos about us, calling us meth addicts, child abusers, tortoise killers. He calls me a turd lady, TURD lady. He calls John Crook. I'm lying.
This reminds me of Laura Owens crying on Facebook. Steve called me a dumbass. No. Like, calm down, lady. Like, this is what happens when you pick a fight with a YouTuber. Like, you're probably gonna get some name calling happening. But this is America, ma'am, and people are allowed to think that you're a dumbass or whatever, and they're allowed to think that your turtle rescue is a disgusting shack with gross, grody water. Like,
So the Hales have 1.9 thousand video, or 1.9 thousand videos.
okay.
And so she's saying that out of 1,900 videos, 180 of them are dedicated to her.
Yeah, I guess. They could be. This has been going on for many months, and you're talking about the Hales have been, that is Jeremy's bread and butter is vlogging his life. That's what he does. So if this is a part of his life, that she's now, a part of his videos. So,
but when was this hearing?
This was, this would be, hold on, let me go back and look. Is there a date on that? 11/29/23.
Okay.
November
So
29.
Outside of the videos that he's posted in the past 5 months or so, at some point it's just because if she's saying that he's posting all of the stuff, like I'm just trying to figure out where all of this is coming from.
What do you mean?
So the Ohio action, then they move to Florida. She follows them.
No, they moved to Florida first. She follows them. She moves
Right.
in next. She moves in across the street.
Right.
After whatever happened between them, Jeremy and George go get an injunction in Ohio because Florida won't give them one. They try in Florida, but Florida won't give them one. So they go and get one in Ohio. An Ohio judge gives it to him right away. He gets a 2-year stalking harassment order against her. Then she files in Florida as, a response to that for whatever reason. I don't know why. If you want to stay away from someone, if you want someone to stay away from you, but he's already filed that you have to be 500 feet away from him, what do you need another order for? You just got one, basically. He's agreeing to stay 500 feet away from you. You have to stay 500 feet away from him. So what is the purpose of her filing this? It's simply to continue this narrative that she's the victim, right? Because otherwise she could have just left it alone and just stopped. No, you guys, stop with the cease and desist. That means nothing. I know he sent her a cease and desist, but you don't. That's nothing. It's just a letter saying, please stop what you're doing. It's not a legal document. You don't file it anywhere. He didn't file anything. He sent her a letter to say, please stop this. A cease and desist is not a legal action in any way. That does not come into it. I realize that they sent them one, but a cease and desist is worth about as much as used toilet paper in the legal system. It means nothing. So I get that they did that first, but I'm talking about what happened in the legal court system. A cease and desist does not, it's not filed anywhere. MG Law says, but the cease and desist pissed her off even more. Well, and they were trying not to go to court, though. They were trying to be like, okay, let's work this out. Please stop what you're doing, or we're going to have to file against you. So yeah. All right. Let's get to some of the super chats. I am getting backed up on those. See if people have questions. Teresa Finn, thanks for the super chat, says, don't forget that it's her legacy to her daughter. Yeah, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Sarah Adams says, Megan has the ADHDs, thus the Legos. It's true. It's like my new addiction. I cannot stop, Brad. I can't stop.
It was funny because I remember it was literally like 2 weeks ago. You're like, I'm terrible with Legos. They don't work for me. And then now you're like knee deep in Legos.
It turns out that I'm really good at it. I guess I never tried. My kids are super impressed with me. Last night, my son looked at my courtroom, my courthouse, and he goes, that's not a kit? I was like, no, it's not a kit. I just built it. And he was like, what? It's so good. I'm like, thank you. Did you see my flag? The flag is really funny. Wait, where'd the flag go? So I made this flag. Wait, hold on. Look how cool.
That's pretty cool.
I know. And it looks like it's kind of waving because I put the curves in there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of a waving flag. How fun is that?
That's awesome.
And I also even found, look at this. So I'm loving knowing what these pieces do. Like, see what I did? I just put two of those. I stacked on with one of those little clippy things.
Yep.
And then found a flagpole. My son has so many Legos, you guys. It's like the perfect time for me to get into Legos because my husband's also a Lego freak and he bought so many Legos. So I can literally sit around and just build Legos, which is going to be my new thing now. Apparently, it's my new thing.
I've got a huge Rubbermaid tub at my parents' house full of loose Legos.
We have so they've been organizing them. So we have all these fishing tackle boxes for the small ones.
Oh, okay.
And then we have these. These are so cool. So these boxes have these lids that look like Legos.
Oh, that's cool.
They stack on top of one another. They stack just like Legos, and so you can really put them away. Since I've gotten into them, though, the Legos now live downstairs by the dining room table. That's where they live now because that's what I'm doing. Because I'm obsessed. And everyone's laughing at me, but I'm having fun. Of course, ever since I got into the Legos, now my son won't play. He won't do it. It's like, I'm trying to get into stuff to do with you. And now you're like deciding, no, I don't want to do Legos. Although I did get him to do it yesterday. He sat down and he's got like this robotics Lego set. Mm-hmm. And he made a rubber band shooter that really worked. It was so cool. I should have taken a video of it. All right. Fat Yoga is a member for 2 months. Thank you so much. Says, get it, girl. Debbie Childers, thanks to the super chat, says, this whole thing has dragged on because of Judge DeThomasis. Yes, that is correct. That is absolutely correct. And as we watch these hearings, you're going to see how much time wasting this dude does. He is insufferable. He loves being in the spotlight. Janice Wingfield, thanks to the super chat, says Lynette was denied a hearing for a protective order against Jeremy 3 times before she was granted this hearing in the protective order. That's interesting. She should never have been granted it. It's garbage. Thanks for the super sticker, Dana. I think we lost Larry. Maybe he'll be back. Teresa Finn says, and the Academy Award goes to LOL, #buckle up. That was funny. Kirk Gardner, thanks to the super chat, says Megan Preston's petitions that got this hearing were not even signed until November 30th, 2023, after this first hearing was done. You mean the 300-page document she gave to the judge full of all kinds of garbage? Shelley Hall, thanks for the super chat, says that is exactly what Jeremy said from the beginning. I'm sorry, I don't remember what that was referring to. Candace Bingham, Jeremy's been saying that since day one. Oh, maybe the thing about wanting to make new law? Is that the thing?
Right.
I guess I hadn't heard him say that, but I think that if he said that, he's right on. Teresa Finn, thanks for the super chat, says, and the Academy Award goes to the DUI guy. Tracy Fagan, thanks for the super chat, says they are going to teach about him in law school. What not to do as a judge. Yeah, they really should. They should
Only
do
if he
it.
gets nationwide notoriety, though.
Oh, that's coming. Vicky, thanks for the super chat, says Larry showed the second petition. The court stamped it on 10/30/23 and signs the form 11/30/23. Someone mentioned to me that makes the form no good. Well, I don't know. Apparently, the court accepted it, so it is. Lovebug, thanks for the super chat. DUI read something really bad about her ex-husband. Wow, that's all gonna say. Okay. Kathy McClure, thanks for the super chat, says, and that the turtle's water was green. It had thick algae growing in them. Definitely started way before Crook had his surgery. Okay. There's a lot of ins and outs to this, and I don't know the entire story, but I know that some of you in the chat do. Paula Broadworth, thanks for the super chat, says Jeremy has body cam of the fishing game visit in his playlist. Yep, we know. MG Law is going to play that tonight. Joanne C. JoJo's Adventures, thanks for the super chat. Appreciate you. Berlin's Closet, thanks for the super chat. Says 180 plus on Otter Creek. Not all are in her alone.
Saying 180 plus videos in Otter Creek, but not all of them feature her.
Oh, right. Not all of them are of her, because a lot of it's of this town hall garbage they're going through. Right? With the water and they have like a problem with the piping, and there's like just a whole thing going on. Marcia Yarborough, thanks to the super chat, says she's saying anytime she is mentioned in one. Okay, I guess. Pepper NC, thanks for the super chat, says Jeremy's main income comes from his portfolio of real estate. YouTube is for charity only. Cool. Yeah, well, I mean, the property in Florida is 77 acres. I don't know how much he owns other places, but Don Gibson says thanks to his CPO out of Ohio, his protection order out of Ohio, and follows her nationwide, and it's permanent. I thought it was just for 2 years. Maybe it's been made permanent. I don't know. Linda Evers, thanks for the super chat, says this has been going on for 2 years. Only months in courts. Oh, copycat. Yeah. So I didn't know this started 2 years ago. So it took him 2 years to file against her. Wow. MG Law, thanks to the super chat, says I don't see any gold fringe on that flag. Gold fringe. Damn it. Now I'm going to have to look for some gold fringe. I don't know if I have some of that, but we'll look. Debbie Childers, thanks to the super chat, says J&G filed a permanent injunction that's good in all 50 states forever. Oh, okay. So maybe that changed. Gotcha. Simon Pelling, thanks to the super chat, says she wants to sue as he will not give her money. That's what it seems like. Kilobyte, thanks to the super chat, says I'm loving the fact that you're putting into perspective how you see what is wrong with this case, how it's viewed from a lawful perspective. You take the emotion out and state the facts. That's what we're trying to do, and I appreciate that you are liking it. You know, one of the things that bothers me about this is if you do think someone is defaming you online or defaming you or libeling you or slandering you in a publication or whatever, the proper remedy is a defamation lawsuit. The proper remedy is not to use cyber stalking laws and claim harassment like Laura Owens does to journalists who want to tell her story. She files harassment complaints against them. That is the wrong remedy under the law. If you are being defamed, if someone is telling untruths and they are damaging to your reputation, and it has to be untrue, it can't be true. If the things they're saying are true, you won't be able to win a defamation suit. But you need
to show damages.
And you have to show actual money damages. You can't. Now, in this case, it's very possible that Lynette has made money through this because she's become more notoriety. She has more notoriety. Her channel may be getting more traffic or I don't know. But she would have to show that she actually has damages in order to sue for defamation. And going around it this way, like going through the back door to like try and do some kind of cyber stalking, now this is so dishonest. It's just dishonest because how is a guy who has a protection order against you cyber stalking you? Like he already doesn't want anything to do with you. The fact that he makes videos about the way she behaves or things that she's done to him or said, that's not cyber stalking. Cyber stalking is contacting you directly for malicious purposes, like sending things to your email, to your, sending things to you, causing you to fear. I don't know how him making videos about the town and what you're doing and what it's like to live across the street from you, that's not targeted at you. That's not cyber. You don't have to watch it. If you didn't watch it, you'd never hear it. Right?
Right.
So it couldn't possibly be cyber stalking. All right.
Yeah, and I think that's where Larry's video going over the actual torts that are supposed in this law are going to be really interesting, because trying to come up with the idea of how someone is able to stalk you online, because like online communities, so someone makes a Reddit account and I make a Reddit account, you can't prove that I made a Reddit account for the purposes of following you. But I mean, you could follow someone for the purposes of gathering evidence or anything else, but it's really weird to try and come up with some kind of idea that you're stalking someone online, because when you look at stalking crimes in the physical sense, you're talking about, someone standing outside of my place of work, somebody's
right
going, everywhere I go, they're, 300 feet behind me or whatever the case may be. So the idea that you can be in reasonable fear for your life online, it really doesn't work that way. Now, if someone is constantly barraging you with messages, then that's a different story. That's not stalking, that's harassment.
Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. This is not cyber stalking, I do not believe. But the judge is about to watch this video and decide that it is.
Net now, LIE, like I'm a liar.
All right, so hold on a second. I want to get so he's defaming you personally by
allegedly.
Lynette, he's calling you LIE net, lying.
That's not defamation.
He's calling you a child abuser.
He says that I'm a psycho.
Now, child abuser, that would be, if it was untrue and you called someone a child abuser, you could be held liable for defamation under some circumstances. If you could prove actual damages, if you could prove, although in this case, there's an awful lot of us looking at just her own words and her own actions in front of her child that we don't think is very good parenting. I don't think screaming like that, like in that deposition, her child is right there next to her off camera. She's screaming and swearing. That is, in my opinion, abusive, to be doing that in front of your children. I think that is abusive. So I don't think she's got much of a case there. Hey, Larry, how's your connection now?
Good, much better. I'm closer to a city. I was in a complete dead zone, so I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. When we lost you, you were saying, I have a friend, and then we lost you. You were going to tell me something.
Okay.
Do you remember what it was?
And
oh no,
he's gone again.
And he's gone again. No, Larry, what happened? I think his Bluetooth is playing bad tricks on him. Oh, you're gone again. I text him. Oh, all right.
I'm gonna just listen. I'll tell you later.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Psychopathic liar.
Okay.
Sociopathic liar.
And that you're a tortoise killer, not a.
That I killed tortoises.
Tortoise killer.
All right.
He claimed that to his followers that he claimed that I made my baby sick on the day of when the hurricane hit recently, that I made her sick because I have Munchausen syndrome. And John and I left the property.
It all goes back
and
to
left the
Munchausen's.
tortoises to fend
Always.
for themselves. And he, in that video, same video, posted that somebody should go in there and let them go because nobody was there to protect them. Well, John was on the property the entire time. My baby did get sick and have to go to the hospital. She got RSV and another childhood virus when I took her to a doctor's appointment. Unfortunately, clinics aren't clean, as you think. That's where you get germs, and my baby caught 2 viruses.
All right, so hold on,
So-
step at a time. So you're saying on at least one of those hundreds of occasions, Jeremy discloses something that in part is true, that your child was sick. However, you're not to blame.
No.
Is your position.
Right.
Okay.
He said that I physically make her sick on purpose
So
to get a place to go in a hurricane.
get me to why do you
So, like,
attribute the actions
pause
of
this for a
his,
sec.
quote, fans?
I understand that he goes unhinged later and starts injecting himself in ways that he shouldn't, but in going over this stuff for the half hour of clips that we've seen this far, it doesn't seem like he's trying to grandstand himself. He's trying to rein her in because she's the one whose story is going completely off the rails, and taking it from a viewer of someone.
He's spending way too much time on it, though. Way too much time. Like think about how much time she has been telling this story now.
Oh yeah,
We are at 14 minutes 52 seconds into the second part of the hearing. They already had 17 minutes before then where nobody got to speak except the judge. Now we're 15 minutes in. She is still telling this story. It's just all her, just blabber. There's no evidence. There's no nothing. He needs to speed this up and let the other side say something. He has not heard anything from the defendant in this case.
Right.
And he's not going to hear anything from the defendant in this entire next hour and a half. We are going to hear still all of Lynette. It's absurd. So I get what you're saying. Like, because in the beginning I was like, yeah, he's doing a decent job. He's like, when does he go crazy? Like, what turns him? But frankly, he is treating her with way more than kid gloves. He is being her attorney.
Well, so MG is seeing what I'm hearing, and or at least partially validating what I'm thinking. He's trying to understand her petition because she's a layperson who's trying to file a motion, and he's trying to help her through it. And because there was points where he's saying, okay, he's walking her through the defamation claim and trying to find the points of where is this actually work, where is it not working, and like I said, everything I've heard.
But I don't know why he's doing that. I don't know why he's doing that, because this is not a defamation case. It doesn't matter whether this is defamatory or not to this court. This court is only concerned with her safety from violence from that man. That's it. That's all that this court is concerned about. Not defamation. Cyber stalking is not defamation. That is not what it is. That is not the definition. The definition of cyber stalking is communication intended to cause fear in that person. It is not defamation. It is by definition not defamation. And this guy is wasting time talking about a defamation claim. Why?
I get the frustration, but my point is that if he's going through this and he's saying, if he would eventually get to the point where he says, ma'am, this is not this kind of case, if you need to file a defamation, right. but my point is that if he's going down that line of thinking and saying she's filed this injunction hearing, and for whatever reason it doesn't need to be an injunction hearing, and it's more of she needs to refile as a defamation case, and then he can point her towards that, then that might be the better cause for this hearing. Now it goes completely off the rails, and now remember, I haven't seen any of this stuff, so I'm trying to take this from face value with no prior knowledge other than seeing everyone discuss this. So
yeah, look, Sherry says he's trying to make it a cyber stalking case, and I think that I think that's it. But he's almost there, though. Like, he's almost at the point. I thought when I first saw this, I'm like, oh, he's going to tell her. He's going to tell her you filed the wrong thing. Of course, I knew he wasn't going to tell her that because I know how it ends. But he should tell her at this point, you've filed the wrong thing. If you feel you're being defamed, you need to file a defamation lawsuit. This is not cyber stalking.
Right.
Yeah, MG says, yes, judges will hold hands with the pro se and then let them talk so they feel as though they're being heard, but then at the end drop the hammer and dismiss for not being the proper avenue. And that is what should have happened here. Instead, he allows this nonsense to become a cyber stalking case. All right, let's continue. I've got a very important question for the chat, though. So my courtroom, my courthouse, I'm not digging the color. So I ran out of white, or I would have used white. But I need your opinion on what I should do with the color here, because the front of the building where the security is, where this part here, I have to build these walls after I do this part. But anyway, and I had them as gray, and I'm thinking, because I have a lot of gray blocks, but I'm thinking, I don't really like the gray. The gray is making me depressed. So the only other color that I have, I can maybe incorporate some blue into the gray, or is that just going to be too busy?
Maybe put the white in the front and then put up brown for the wood paneling that's in every goddamn courtroom.
Well, I can't, because all the brown is being used right now on one of my other projects. The brown is all being used on my tree house that is really freaking amazing. So now I just have to figure out what to do. I don't know. Okay, Larry's back. All right, let's continue here. Larry, are you out of your black hole, hopefully?
He might just be listening, so.
Okay.
To him, because right now I don't have jurisdiction to do or not do anything about his fans. He's here.
Right,
So-
because he tells them, if he wouldn't have started posting all these things about us, no one would even be talking about us, bothering us, doing anything to us.
What does he tell his fans?
He tells them that I have tents of meth addicts living on my property, he told them I have no septic system, that we were living and wallowing in septic. He said that,
Hang on a second. So there are people who read what you're saying is untrue.
Watch his videos, yes.
And then they're acting upon it.
Yes.
By doing what?
Contacting us. They've contacted every agency that you can imagine.
Objection.
And
How
so
do you
as
know
he admits it
that
on
those
the
are
video, and I have a transcript.
those people are those people?
Okay.
They've called CPS, Child Protection Services, got called so many times that the governor got involved.
What?
So here's the thing. Reports to DCF that are false, that's a crime.
Exactly.
So have all those people been charged with crimes?
No,
Okay,
we can't get anybody to do anything about anything.
Okay, but you're here trying to get me to do something about
To
this.
protect me and my family, to stop Mr. Hales from doing videos about us, talking about us, driving by and filming us, telling his people to film us. Leave us alone.
You moved next door to them. That's your fault.
In my yard.
Yeah, you moved next door to a vlogger.
In front of your house?
That one time was in front of the house, but no, we're in our property and they're filming it every day.
By unlawful entry on your property?
No, driving by, filming
On a
property
public
and us
street.
on it every day.
That's legal.
I can no longer go outside and.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but there's something called expectation of privacy, and you do not have expectation of privacy from the road. So if someone is on the road filming your property, or you can't, that's why people hate the drones and stuff, because drones can legally fly over your property and take photographs and video. So it's up to the homeowner to build, obstructions if you want obstructions so that people from the road can't see. This is why everyone in the Hamptons has those giant hedges. they put up huge giant hedges. They grow these huge green trees and you can't see their property. That's what you have to do if you don't want the public to be able to view your home, period.
Play with my child. We don't ride her Mack truck on the road. We don't go for walks on the road in her stroller. We don't leave our shed area in our backyard at all.
Don't
He's
walk your
posting
daughter
her
on the
in a
road.
diaper
There you
on
go.
YouTube.
That's
Yeah, definitely
And on
don't do
Facebook.
that.
How did he get access to your child in a diaper?
I don't know where he got the picture he got.
Could it be from your child being in the yard?
She was you cannot see my child in her yard. I think Jamie posted a picture of my daughter online.
Okay, so somebody posted a picture of her kid, her 4-year-old, in a diaper online. And that picture made its way to Jeremy. From what I understand about the picture, oh God, I have a hard time even saying this. It's so bad. She was in a dirty diaper and the matter was leaking down her legs.
ugh.
That's how loaded the diaper was. And that's why he showed people, because he said, this is child abuse. It's neglect. It's definitely neglect if that's what it was, if that's what it showed. So she posted these pictures. Other people found them online. Jeremy reposted the picture. I'm sure he blurred out her face. I'm sure he didn't. I don't know. But I haven't seen the picture, but I heard him say that that's one of the pieces of evidence that they had, that she may be neglecting this child because there was fecal matter on the child. Yeah. Okay. So Lil Red is confirming it was leaking down her leg. He only showed from the waist down. So the way she made it sound in her letter, she made it sound like he was posting CP of her child, which of course is absurd, because she said diaper area and not a picture of her in her diaper. But yeah.
My friend Jamie, or a video of her party or whatever, or her playing in her yard.
All right, so he might have had access to it from other social media.
From other social media, yeah. He clipped a picture of her in her diaper and started accusing us of throwing dirty diapers on a road in Otter Creek.
Okay, so
well, did you?
let me get you to where Mr. Hales may or may not be responsible for this. So he's saying things, people are acting upon it.
He's telling them they should. If you're not calling CPS his exact words, then I don't know why. If you're not calling Fish and Game, then I don't know why. He says he admits himself that he and Martha have called several times themselves.
I'm going to need to see evidence of that, because
He's
I've
not
only heard him
telling
say,
them to
don't call them.
He's saying that if you believe what I'm saying, you should be concerned enough to call.
Right? Where would they get these ideas in their head if he wasn't saying she's beating her kid? He said that his employee saw me slap my child across her head.
Well, did you?
First, it was the maintenance man at town hall. Then it was somebody else. And now he claimed in a video that it was Patience, his social worker employee, saw me hit my child at the meet and greet for the candidates, saw me slap my child across her head, never happened. And he posted that all over the internet. That's what started the child abuse.
Okay, have you been found responsible for child abuse?
Nope.
All right,
Been closed twice.
So you're saying it's a false accusation.
Closed
Yes.
twice. Okay.
You're saying that it's interfered with your business operation, your 501c3.
Everything he's doing is hurting my life, my
And it's-
lifestyle, me, my daughter, and John Cook.
Okay, and he's creating
Hate.
interference with your enjoyment of your property.
Yes.
Okay,
And he's created a hate crime.
okay, where's that?
Created a hate crime.
That I never made. They're nothing I've ever
A
even
hate
seen. They're in
crime.
a font I never use.
By the way,
it's some
folks,
conversation-
hate crime, there is no such thing as a hate crime okay, that's not true. There are hate crimes, but I think they're absolutely unconstitutional. a crime is a crime, murder is murder. Murder does not get worse because there was a level of, how is murder not a hate crime? First of all, right? I mean, all murder is a hate crime. But this idea of a hate crime, and he asked her, how does he do this? She never explains anything close to anything defined in the law as a hate crime.
Conversation between me and he says on the videos.
Yeah, hang on. Where are you getting this information
It was
from?
on a video.
But how are you attributing it to Mr. Hales?
He posted the video.
On what?
YouTube. And
On his page?
yep. And he says that
But is he posting something that,
he's also posting
Was on-
screenshots of it.
but is he posting something that's otherwise on some other media format?
No, I don't know where he got it. He made it.
Well, then you don't know I guess the answer is you don't.
No,
know.
it's from his channel. He posted it.
He's broadcasting it, but you don't know if he created it.
Yes, I do, because I never created it. I never said it.
Why
He
not?
said that the woman contacted him and gave him the conversation between me and this woman at some
What?
women's battered shelter.
I'm so
that
lost.
I've never been to a battered women's shelter. That she gave me $2,300 or $2,200 to leave John.
This reminds me of
and
that guy
rob
that you were
her.
mentioning,
I
where he
took
could just
her
keep
money.
going on and
She's
on
in
with
that
stories.
conversation. I supposedly called.
What guy was that?
You had mentioned that he had come to you with different allegations of things, and
Oh, yeah. That was Richie Albertini.
yes, that guy.
Yeah, although Richie is far more entertaining. Richie's stories actually are funny and like they suck you in. They're all bullshit, but they suck you in because he's a good storyteller. This woman is not a good storyteller.
But like she goes from one thing into another like so effortlessly,
Yeah.
and it literally overloads someone's ability to try and reason, because we have the ability to pause it and contemplate it and talk about it, whereas the judge is hearing all of this spewing from her mouth and is just like, woman, I'm trying to find out what the hell is going on here, and you just keep going down different stories about different things.
I know.
And I'm a boomer judge, and I can't follow anything about YouTube and media pages.
Wait, the judge has a YouTube channel. Oh yeah, he has a YouTube channel. He's a total failure, and no one follows him. But he has a YouTube channel. Yeah. At first I thought, oh, he's like going there. He's doing the right thing, sort of like, getting to the bottom of what's happening here, which is a whole bunch of nothing. If she's got all these tort claims, she's doing it the wrong way. Like, tortious interference with, her business, or quiet enjoyment, all of this other stuff. This is all different. These are different actions, right? It wouldn't be cyber stalking. He keeps trying to get to the cyber stalking. And it's just, this is why I don't understand why he's not drilling down to the cyber stalking. Like, ma'am, I don't want to hear about tortious interference in your business. That's not why we're here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about the cyber stalking, and only the cyber stalking. That's it. Not what he's telling people online. That's not cyber stalking. But he never once does that. He's just giving this woman the ability to just ramble on, and none of it is cyber stalking. Literally nothing.
Called him a gay fag.
Oh,
and
God.
called Martha-
Whoa. Oh, I forgot about this part. I have to skip past. She says the N-word. She says the N-word here with the hard R. We have to skip past. Because she just said the F word, and we're not allowed to say that. Oh, my God. Hold on. I have to take this down off here so I can get past this part.
Hold, please.
Hold, please. Oh, okay. Oh my God. So she just used the N-word. She said he accused us of calling his fiance a sand N-word.
Oh, neat.
And
then she says, well, my family is black.
What?
So I would hardly call anyone the N-word.
Well,
we're Native American, we're black, we're South American, we're Asian, we're everything.
Weird.
Hang on.
Wait.
You're going way
You just claim to be everything. How?
She did. Yeah, she did. I don't know. Don't ask me. Ask her. I don't
You're
know.
showing the video, Megan. You're obviously the one who's putting her up at the stand, telling her to say all of these things.
I don't know. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing, Brad. I got nothing here. Nope. Don't know.
Farfield. So you're arguing, not testifying.
I don't mean to be.
Well, I want you to.
Oh, yes,
I want
you
to
do.
provide testimony. Your testimony is that he's lied in labeling you things that you're not, including but not limited to a child abuser, tortoise killer, turd lady. Now you're putting in thief. That you're you've made your child sick, etc. But the question is though, he's doing that. And people, as a result of that, are taking action.
Because he's making money from it. The views that he's getting on YouTube have tripled his income. From what people have sent me that have analyzed it. He's making buco money out of doing dirty deeds on YouTube. And that's the new thing.
So you think people are interested in you being defamed?
The villain is like a soap opera, and they're playing into it. And if he would stop doing it, we'd get left alone.
Okay, so let's get back to his responsibility. Is he asking these people to do things other than you've already testified that he's asked people in kind of a rhetorical way by telling them, if you guys don't call DCF or Game and Fish, I don't know what's going to compel you to do so, if not these lies I'm saying about this woman. Like he's shaming them that they'd be less than something, I guess.
Why is he even saying this without seeing any evidence of it?
But I'm just asking you because it may not even be disputed here. Is he asking them to call, or is he saying, "I can't believe you guys know"?
No, he told them. He said, "As people need to call, you need to save Harley." I have the screenshot. It says "Save Harley."
That's
right on his
different
page.
than call.
My daughter.
Save Harley is different than call.
This is all of these are posts from Mr. Hale's page that are against us, only against us. It's every day, and since the Ohio court, it doubled. So these signs.
Hang on a second. You referred to Ohio court. I believe you attached as part of your supplemental petition a temporary injunction issued by a court in Ohio.
It was made permanent 2 years, and he perjured himself in court. Not one thing he said there was true.
Well, hang on. You've got lots of remedies in Ohio. You're telling me now you have a 2-year injunction against you?
Yes.
For what?
Cyber stalking and cyber bullying him, and we've never been in Ohio. And we're not.
Well, that's the issue of cyber stalking.
Right, but I'm not doing that, and I can prove that.
Well,
hey, we're only $10 away from Doggo Cam. $10 to Doggo Cam.
But if you can prove that you didn't do that, the Ohio judge would have thrown the case out.
He used the ones I just told you that he created that I never made. He used.
And so your affirmative defense of, yes, he has those and they look like me, but it's not me.
No, it doesn't look like me at all.
Okay, so all right, take that back. Whatever defense you would have had played itself out in Ohio court.
We did not get a chance to rightfully defend ourselves.
All right, so that judge made a bad decision.
Yes.
Okay.
And he believes this.
You gave him stuff before we even came into court so he could look at it
right,
and make a defense. We never got that.
All right, let's go. So here's the thing.
He said that we made these.
Hang on a second. So the rules on jurisdiction to take action against somebody who never stepped foot in their state, long arm jurisdiction, there's rules on that. There's lots of rules on that. Did you raise the issue that the court in Ohio, judge, you have no jurisdiction over me?
Yes, we tried to tell her that.
Okay, you lost that argument.
Yeah, she didn't care.
Did you make the argument, judge, you don't have enough evidence to find me responsible for cyber stalking?
Yes, I told her
and
that.
You lost that argument.
And you lost that argument.
We tried to tell her.
Okay.
And you lost that
the
one
judge
too.
didn't consider all
She
of your
kept telling
evidence.
me it wasn't about me, it was about him, and I needed to just basically be quiet.
Okay, so the judge, is it a he or she?
She,
Denied you an opportunity, a fair opportunity to be heard,
basically, yes,
denied your argument on jurisdiction, denied your argument on insufficiency of evidence,
yes,
and entered a 2-year judgment against you.
yes.
Okay. Have you
Why the
appealed
hell
that?
wouldn't he go
I
look
called
that
up
up?
there to try and appeal it. They told me it's non-appealable.
Have you filed a notice of appeal?
I tried to, the court lady, I asked her, what do I need to do to file the appeal? She said, I said, do you have a form? Do you have something I need to fill out? She said, I'm not allowed to answer that question. I'm not an attorney.
What?
What?
The court clerk can tell you how to appeal.
So
You can pro
because
se
I am
appeal.
on disability and I raise a 4-year-old little girl who's disabled as well, and I can't afford an attorney, I'm stuck with
Wait,
a two-order.
if you're disabled, you can't be the owner and operator of a 501c3.
That was
What?
gotten
What?
with fake.
What? What do you mean?
If you're receiving disability, then the idea is that your disability is making you so unable to work that you can't do anything. So how can you be an owner and operator of a
How can you-
501c3?
Yeah, that's a good question. How can you? I don't know. Maybe it's because, well, the thing is that she's not working. It's not like it's successful, because it's not.
But
the
being
judge gets her
successful
own
isn't
answer.
part of the thing. You're putting time and effort into running this care facility, supposedly, and you're telling me that you're disabled.
I don't know. That's a good point, though. That's a good point. She's taking donations for this turtle thing, and she's supposed to be doing a turtle rescue, but she's also getting disability from the state. Interesting. Okay.
Evidence.
Right, but here's the thing. You got to understand this. You can't relitigate that here. I can't hear.
I'm not,
the appeal.
that's nothing to do with here.
Well, it does, because
I want to deal with what's going on here.
a judge of jurisdiction in another state has entered an injunction against you for cyber stalking the person that you're saying is cyber stalking you. It could be
He
that
did
both
it
things are true.
after I applied here.
It could be that both things are true.
It's retaliatory.
Well, you're saying that's, I'm saying is I've got to accept full faith and credit that there's a ruling in the court that's not under appeal, that's not been reversed on appeal, that's not even
I
being
want to appeal it.
appealed.
I'll
It's
follow
not,
her
according
backwards
what
to
you're saying,
appeal it.
being appealed yet. And at the same time, so it means it could be a situation. Two people at the same time could be cyber stalking each other. Okay, that's perfectly possible. Okay, so
And I'm not
You're
cyber
saying-
stalking him. I don't post nothing.
I would argue that I don't think it is possible for two people to be cyber stalking each other. If two people are cyber stalking each other, they should be thrown out of the courtroom laughing and I'd be laughing.
But that
You're
goes-
cyber stalking each other? Goodbye. Have fun. Continue annoying each other to death forever online.
But
What?
that goes back to my point. If someone is following someone else's activities online and they're embattled in a legal dispute, then that's not cyber stalking. That's trying to gather evidence to further prove each other's side that they're both doing something.
Right. All right. Ruckus Cam has been activated, and let's see. I'll take down our. Let's see. He's sleeping. He's sleeping in his little bed over here. Do you see him in the corner? He is over there.
Black
All right.
Wolf.
Everyone's pissed off because they say there's information in here I need to read. Double Karma, thanks for the super chat, says everyone should go watch the latest Hales vid. Funny as Hales. Okay, sounds good. Rose Chapman says that baby is 4 years old and still in diapers. Yeah, it's yuck. Just yuck. Ted O'Hearn, thanks to the super chat, says the whole thing is way off the rails in a major train wreck now. There are no rails left. Very true. Rose Chapman, we already read that one. Yep. Sarah Adams says your guilt is a superpower. Hey Joe, thanks for the super chat, says I like dogs. Well, who doesn't? Look at him over there napping. He's so cute. Searched for you. Thanks for the super sticker. Appreciate that. 50 Shades of Cray, thanks for the super chat. Jeremy can be a bit annoying, but the adolescent name calling is meant as humor. The last I checked, neither was illegal. That's true. I mean, you might not like it and she might not like it, but it's perfectly acceptable to call, people names. I mean, it just is. This book, by the way, Shut Up, The Bizarre War That One Public Library Waged Against the First Amendment. This is about a 3-year war that I got into with a public library near Chicago that was allowing men to watch porn near children and also do the other things that come along with that, and no one called the police. And when we started calling the board members of this library names, that all hell broke loose. They thought they could sue us. They thought they could violate our First Amendment rights just because we were calling them some funny names. Like we called them, we said they were acting like kings, and we photoshopped crowns on their heads. They hated that so much they put it in a legal filing that we photoshopped crowns. One of them was the water buffalo hat from Fred Flintstone.
Mm-hmm.
Remember the water buffalo hat? Yeah. The Order of the Water Buffaloes. They were silly memes we were making. And they literally thought that they could sue over that. Like, public officials and people in this country have gotten to a point where they really don't understand what freedom is. They don't know what free speech is. You are not entitled to not ever be called a name by someone. You need to grow a pair is right. LP needs to grow a pair. If she were that scared, she would stay in her shed. Yeah, she just needs to ignore it and be an adult, and it will go away. If she stopped tomorrow, he would stop. Jojo, thanks for the super chat. Release the doggo. He is released. I need to take down our names though, because the name is going over him. So I'm going to have to do that. Brad, figure out how to take our titles down. It's somewhere in under brand, I think. Debbie Childers. Oh, we did it. Thank you, Brad. Debbie Childers. Girl, I sent you paperwork. Did you get it on Lynette? Maybe I did. I don't know. I will have to look. Teresa Finn, there is proof of a phone call and email, she said, and did, telling their mayor in Ohio to kick them out of their village or she'll go to the media. Right. She made some weird phone calls in Ohio, which did not help her out with the protective order. King Bob, thanks for the super chat, says I can give you 5, but someone else needs to give the rest. Thank you. I appreciate that. Brian Watkins, thanks for the super chat, says that statement right there is why the judge is all in for Lynette. The Ohio judge said it's not about you, it's about him. Yeah, maybe, but why did he believe that even happened without looking at the transcript? She could be lying about that. Sarah Adams, thanks to this, they need to get down to show business. I mean, she could be lying about what the judge said. So if he's taking her word on what the judge said, I think that's really strange. Really strange. Debbie, did you send those documents today? You must have sent them yesterday. Let me see. Was it the police record? I feel like I saw that somebody sent me. Here we go. Let's see. Files. Yes. Okay, here they are. What is this? Lynette's. I think this is like her criminal record, possibly. I don't know. I'll go over it. I'll look at it. We'll see if it's something I can use. All right. Here you go. Let's push.
On my little tiny brand new page, all I do is say, I do not take meth. I do not let people live on my property.
Hang on a second. In your defense of your case in Ohio, you reviewed his petition he filed against you?
No, we weren't allowed. They handed me one thing with
I don't know what. So Ohio, last I checked, is in the United States. I mean, there's got to be some semblance of due process.
One letter. There was one letter and I think I have it.
All right, I'm gonna bounce for a bit.
Okay.
Well, wait a second.
There was nothing on it.
Hang on, Ms. Preston. Hang on. Just take a slow down.
We didn't get the evidence.
Well, the petition asking for the injunction, I read it because you provided it to the court in your 338-page supplemental petition.
Yeah, and I didn't bring that with me.
Well, it's in the court record, but I'm saying is you had to have had it.
Provided was that I saw was that letter.
Right. Well, So, but, all right.
Where he says what happened to him.
This is what he
That.
says happened. So
Right. And that's all
to
a
him.
lie.
Okay. So, but let's back up then. You're saying you weren't confronted with what his lies were that you're calling quote lies.
Well,
unquote.
just, yeah,
This is
but
it.
no evidence like this.
Okay. So let me ask you then. He said that you were a fan who's now started stalking him.
No.
Okay.
He says I followed him to Otter Creek, and that is not true. I looked at my property in 2018, long before he looked at the property in Otter Creek.
Okay.
I've
Looked
been following
at-
the property for a few years.
Okay.
Looked at is different than moved into, isn't it? When did she move in there is the question. I think it was after him. Looked at the property doesn't mean anything.
He said you called him a rapist.
Nope. That's these signs.
He said that you tried to ask other people to run him out of town.
No, he's done that to us.
Okay. He said that at one point your ex, Mr. Cook, took a gun out that he took as a threat. Do you
No.
know about whether that's true or not? You might not have personal knowledge.
Jeremy drove up to our house.
Hang on. Do you have personal
John did
knowledge?
not pull, yes.
So you're
Lee
saying
County
that's not
Sheriff
true?
Said it was, John did not do anything wrong.
I'm just going to get to the point.
He lied.
He's saying you posted his address online.
No, Marla Hughes posted his address
Okay.
online.
And he's
What is the point of the judge asking her all these questions where it's just a he said, she said? Put the respondent on the stand to talk about what happened according to him. Let the attorney cross-examine her. For fuck's sake, you guys, speaking of, if you haven't visited the merch store, I have some fun stuff over there, like for fuck's sake, on t-shirts, sweatshirts, mugs. Get your mugs and shirts. And sorry for having great tits and correct opinions on everything. You can get that in the merch store. Go check it out. Larry's back. I hope he's out of his black hole.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Yeah, I'm back to civilization. So I was able to listen, but it was like going in and out. And once the audio became crisp, that's when I decided to rejoin. So that's good.
I don't know why he's spending so much time asking this he said, she said garbage, because she's obviously just going to say the opposite of whatever the respondent is going to say. This is just...
Welcome to family court. I mean, that's literally how family court is. The judge sits there and listens to the wife or the husband or the petitioner, the respondent, whatever it is. And it's a wild, wild west. There's a reason why in 11 years, I've done like one.
Oh, Larry, we keep losing you. You gotta be kidding me. All right, we'll just keep playing this.
saying that you put posts up calling him a child predator.
Nope.
And that it's a constant and ongoing.
No.
All right. So
He's constant and ongoing.
this is what I want to get to. You're saying that he went into court. I just listed about 12 or 15. There are more, just in this one page. What you're calling lies. Did you tell the judge all of those things were lies?
We only talked about, he said, I'm going to pull out 2 or 3 things, and that's all we talked about. I said the signs were a lie. He said that he's had somebody in my family verify the handwriting. That is not my handwriting. And no one in Otter Creek has ever seen these signs.
So
Well, I've never seen them. People I know have
that
never
something
seen
was
them.
attributed to you in a court of law with Mr. Hales saying that somebody
Yep.
told him that they authenticated your signature, your writing?
Yes, he said my
so
daughter,
you
my
were-
ex-stepdaughter, or my family member. He said
I
it
mean,
in
what you're
court.
describing is that you were victimized by the system by not allowing you to properly defend yourself
Yes,
and denied all of your arguments
yes,
against it.
yes.
All right.
And when I tried to tell her my side, she said, it's not about you, it's about him.
Gotcha.
And I was told to basically shut up.
Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Let me ask you, because I want to go through these elements.
So he believes that. Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Instead of going and getting the Ohio record, the court record, and reading for himself what actually happened, he just gave a subjective, oh, I'm sorry, you know? Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. What?
And Megan, this is again, welcome to family court. This is exactly what family court is. It's the wild, wild west, is what I was trying to say earlier. The judge sits there, listens to both sides, hopefully, and renders a decision. They're the judge, jury, and executioner. There is nobody else checks on balances on them.
How is this family court? I thought it was criminal because it's a protective order. Doesn't that go to criminal court?
No, family court. If you notice the petitions that we read and the motions of the lawyers, they all cite the Florida family court rules of practice.
That's a terrible idea.
There's a reason for that. Yeah.
That's a terrible idea. This should have been in criminal court, not in family court, because clearly, no wonder now I know why he's such a bad judge. He's a family court judge. That makes sense. Now it makes sense. Wow. There is no lower place to be when you're a judge.
You've got to establish that what he did was willful. You're saying it's him and he's doing it intentional.
Yes.
Okay. With regards to it being malicious, you're saying there's no real legitimate purpose to it other than to annoy you or harass you.
More than that, he wanted my property. Somebody, his friends were trying to buy the property, I guess at the same time I was, and I got the property instead of them. And
so you think it's retaliation or motive to get you to leave?
Yes, because he tells us, we have it in writing in this pile of stuff. I have it. He says, one way or another, they are leaving.
Okay.
They are getting out. Bye, Felicia, is what they said. It was on a video. And I have
bye, Felicia. Yeah.
With regards.
Oh no, lock him up. He said, bye, Felicia.
To your emotional distress. Give me a sense of what has caused you. I mean, here's the thing. The court needs to make a finding that there's substantial emotional distress, that ordinary people are not easily impacted despite being annoyed, inconvenienced.
It's not just annoyance.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking you.
It's way bigger than that. It's way bigger than that.
But you gotta tell me how.
Emailing me, messaging me. They go on my tortoise rescue, and they write the nastiest things that you've ever seen.
Okay, but I'm talking about the actions of Mr. Hale.
Right.
Did he ever ask people post nasty things?
That's what you do when you're on YouTube and you're telling 600,000 people all of these stories on and on and on. Stay tuned. Find out at 5:30 what happened. The update. He said that I have it right here on paper. He says you're gonna rip me to shreds, or basically whatever the wording is. Florida judge is gonna rip her to shreds.
You're pointing to me?
Huh?
When you say you're going to?
You. He said you are. Yes. Yeah. It's on paperwork. It's constant. It's every day, and these people are angry. They're angry because these are people that they love and they follow, and people get addicted and obsessed. And that's what I'm trying to prove to you. He's obsessed with doing this to us because it makes him financially rich.
Okay.
He's making so much money out of this, out of hurting me.
Hang on, Ms. Preston, I can't make assumptions. So you got to tell me the impact on you, not what he's doing, because you've told me what he's doing.
I can't buy or sell anything online in my area because all of his followers will write nasty things after any post we make it's nasty. I brought them. I've been called a scummy cunt. I've been called a child molester. Give your baby back to the biological mother. He made up these stories about he supposedly talked to the grandmother, and the grandmother of my adopted child lied to him. Of course she did. She's a drunk. The mother was a drug addict. My baby was almost aborted twice. I got the baby. She's 1 out of 6 kids this mother don't have. He posted all of that online, sir.
That's in your petition.
All of it.
That's in your petition.
People hate
you
me.
attested that what's in the petition is true. I trust, I believe, I've accepted what you're saying.
Yeah, they hate
in your
me.
petition is that he posted those things.
Yes.
Let's get to the impact it's had on you. That's the question at this point.
I just now started counseling with a new agency. I'm getting set up with them. CPS set me up with them. Child Protection Services, and not because I need it for my daughter, but because of for what he's doing to me. I won't let my little girl go outside to play because I'm afraid. I don't know if someone's going to kidnap her, if he's going to kidnap her, if they're going to shoot at us. I don't know what's going to happen next.
But why do you think people are going to shoot or kidnap your child? Those would be really serious crimes.
Because of everything he's posted. There's a hate group called the Otter Creek and the Shady Bunch. He's on that post. He's who they call anonymous. And he posts anonymously on there.
Tell me how you've drawn that conclusion that he's
because when this person says, I love you all, I'm so thankful for your support and your whatever, I have that post with.
You're assuming.
Okay, I'm assuming.
Well,
it doesn't matter whatever.
Well,
Everything he posts online.
Hang on. It does matter, because if you're assuming, that's one thing, but if you've actually been able to discern from whatever investigation or other corroborating circumstances,
Okay,
that
I
it's him.
brought them all with me. I brought ones here saying that they're now going to sell T-shirts. They had to approve it with JH, which is what they call him. They had to approve the sale of these T-shirts that has Lynette on it.
His followers.
Yes, his followers.
Okay.
And it says right on it, I've spoken to JH. He said, go ahead with it. The process of how they were going to distribute the money and the profit from the T-shirts, where 60% go to Otter Creek,
So
Granger's, the new mayor, and that 20% will go to him,
let's
and
back
20%
up.
to
Let's
them.
back up a little. You've told me what he's done or what you're attributing to him.
Right.
You've told me what you're attributing to his
I'm now
fans.
going to therapy. I can't leave my property. I'm terrified that we're going to be hurt. We're putting up a barrier. We don't have money right now for a fence. So we had to do whatever. And I think you remember me talking about that. I said, I'm willing to do whatever I can to stop him from videoing us. Stop it. So John went out and got a bunch of pulls. He just got out of the hospital for a new knee replacement, and he's doing all this work. He's putting up tin in front of our whole entire property to stop this so I can let my little girl play outside. It's sick when we had a road that had no traffic, and now every single day, hundreds of cars are going by every day, maybe 15 cars a day filming my property. How do I know one of those people, because of him and what he's posted, isn't gonna, I have it on my cameras, how many cars go by every day.
So are you attributing their actions to
Yes,
something
to
he's
what-
causing?
Yes, to everything he's posting about us online. That were crackheads, that were meth addicts, that were druggies, that were beating this kid, were misabusing her. I have an outdoor bathroom I built. It has a beautiful open air shower, just like the campground's got an outdoor shower. It has
I'm sure it's beautiful. I think I showed you the I think I showed you a portion of what it looks like.
composting toilet. So it's not a real toilet. I have a toilet in the camper. We have an RV hooked up to an $11,000 septic system, but they got to focus on that. And he has to post on that about, he even posted with the bucket to advertise their fall thing that they had. Well, just know we have better toilets than the composting bucket. That's what all these are. Okay. This is every single day.
Mr. Feather, have you seen what she's holding up? Those
If it was in the packet, I saw.
Most of them were in the packet, but there are some new that are brand new within the last few days.
Okay, and have you shown them to Mr. Feather?
I'll be glad to.
Okay, can you do so? Because if you're asking the court to consider those, you've got to.
I brought a set of them for him.
Okay.
So
All right.
I'll give him his own. Yep. I brought the whole set. I figured I would have to do that, so I printed them all out. There you go.
Thank you.
Now the crazy part about this is
do you
it's
have a copy
something
for the
somebody
court?
printed out for her, she says.
You know, if you're asking the court to consider those as
None of
evidence,
this is
you've got to
authenticated.
Submit them. Okay.
and he's going to allow it, and it's just incredible.
It proves that even after court in Ohio, he continues to do this stuff to us. If he would stop and leave us alone, everything would be fine. There would be no problems. Leave us alone. Just leave me alone. But I'm not the only target. There's other people in town that he's targeting too, but I want him to leave me alone. I want him to leave everybody alone. I think that it needs to go back to people loving thy neighbor and being good to each other and just leaving people alone. I bought this land to give to my daughter because I'm 60 years old. She's 4. I'm going to be 80. So I'm probably not going to be here. And she needs a place to live where she can have a home that's paid for, that she doesn't have to be homeless or at 18 years old not know where she's going.
Mr. Feather, any objection to these exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor. Authentication.
They're off his page, every one of them. They're screenshot off his page.
Relevance and
hang on, let's deal with authentication. Ms. Preston, where these copies that you provided to the court, the numerous pages that you've just
screenshot him off his community site right on his YouTube. It says right here, what the Hales on all of them.
Okay.
That is so easily fabricated.
Any additional objection?
Does she know that an employee doesn't post those, or a corporation or some producer somewhere?
He should absolutely be objecting.
Testify to that fact, who actually created these documents.
I'm sorry, but the fact that does she know who created them? Okay, I guess that's a good. He needs to object vociferously to this. Vociferously. Oh, the doggo got up, huh? I should go give him a treat so he'll sit in his bed and chew on it. I'll go do that.
Before the court considers
did Jeremy, in the Ohio case, did Jeremy admit to having these posts? Did the judge in Ohio ever know that he has a webpage about you?
Yes, he said, well, you
see, he's believing this. He's believing this. He's going to allow, over objection, going to allow in this evidence that she gave to him on printouts that could have been fabricated by anybody. And did the Ohio judge, did he know this? OMG. Does he know that he has a web page about you? Judge, do you know that it's not illegal to have a web page about your bad neighbor? Or to put it on a community page? And how in the world do you even know? Oh, all right, everybody, it's time to take a bathroom break. I'm going to go get the dog a treat. Please hold. I'll be back momentarily. Go get your coffee, take a bathroom break. We will resume when I get back. Get your bucket. back and back. Oh my God, it's like a Lego disaster in here. Doggo happily chewing on his bone. All right, here we go. Fresh coffee. But this is where he starts just totally buying everything she's saying. And he stops listening to Mark Feather.
He read the letter. He said he's a YouTube star or whatever, celebrity, I think he said.
Right. But did he tell the judge that part of that YouTube channel is about you?
No.
Did you tell the judge?
Yes, I tried to.
Okay.
She said,
so what? So what if his YouTube channel, part of it is about her? It's because of her actions. So what? Why is he so affronted by this? Does he know what YouTube is? Does he know that some people have channels all about other people? I mean, it's like, come on.
it's not about me. It's about him. This is his trial, his hearing.
What evidence did he give to the judge that you posted his address or you posted his phone number or that you called him a rapist?
I gave him I sent up to her.
No. What did he give the judge that established those things?
The post that he gave to the judge.
Yeah.
Was what Martha Hughes, what
Okay,
Marla Hughes
things that
posted.
looked like they were attributed to you,
Yeah,
but they weren't.
but it wasn't.
Okay.
Wasn't, and it said her name.
He's just believing this. This is so crazy. It's crazy that he's believing this. And why isn't he looking at the record from the court? If he wants to know what was provided to the judge in Ohio, he's a judge. He can literally make a phone call and ask for the records, ask for the transcripts. This is crazy.
Right on it.
So let me ask you about the pages that you handed to me. You're attributing them to him because they're on his site?
He controls his site.
The YouTube channel.
He only posts.
Right. I'm going to ask you. How do you know that assertion that you just made? He controls that site. How do you know that?
Because why would he let anyone else get on and post these on his site?
Does he have pictures of himself on it?
Yes. It's his What the Hales
Oh
on
my
YouTube.
God, this guy does not know how
Community
YouTube works.
page. Some of these are also from the post that he made.
Are these from Facebook and the
Facebook
YouTube page?
and both YouTube and
Yeah.
Facebook. Some people sent me these off of his Facebook page that I'm blocked from it, but they were sent to me.
Okay, well,
They are authentic. He had a fall they had a fall thing, and
So
he posted on his YouTube channel every day. That's where I got them. I went right to his own page and screenshotted them. It's all about us. All of these, every one of these is about us. I didn't take any of them that didn't be about us. None of them.
all right, so hang on a second. So
Again, this is her
I just
claim
did
is
it for evidence in court. That's
that's what we're getting to is
if she's unhappy with videos being posted about her, her remedy is to sue for defamation. Her remedy is not to twist a cyberstalking law to suit her delusions.
whether there's going to be admitted as evidence in court. So there's an objection to authentication, and
they
there's
say his company name on it right there, and I can show you right now on his YouTube channel on my laptop that they're there, unless they're having somebody go delete them right now.
Can you pull up his Facebook page?
Yes, can on my phone or on the tablet? Or on
I thought you were blocked from his Facebook.
No, I can't pull up his Facebook. I can only pull up YouTube.
All right, so of these, that's what I'm saying. The YouTube ones, are on YouTube because you see them there.
Yeah.
The Facebook ones, you're saying somebody gave them to you and
Yeah, I
told
think
you
there's
that they're
only
on.
one or two of those. These are all from YouTube. Most of these are YouTube.
Well, that's the thing is we're not going to, it's specific.
Sir, I'm telling, they're his. They're him posting them.
I know you're saying they're
All
his.
under What the Hales, his page, his channel. No one else can get to his channel and post. He has copyright things. He's got everything blocked up so tight. Nobody could get in there and post stuff other than him. Everything he's got is copywritten and
Hang on a second.
I can pull up his YouTube channel and you go to community. They're all there.
Hang on, we don't need to do that. Mr. Hales is right here. We can ask him straight out.
1, 2, 3, 4, 4.
Good.
Yeah, he calls John septic boy.
Who cares?
Every single one of these are from his page. I screenshotted everything and then I printed it.
All right, hang on a second. That's contrary to what you said a few minutes ago, which is the Facebook posts, which are lesser in number, were provided to you by somebody else.
I'll try and see which ones that there.
Okay, well, hang on.
There is.
Ma'am, I might be able to solve this whole problem. Florida Statute 9615 allows the court to call witnesses that are question witnesses. Mr. Hales is a witness. We can get to the bottom of it. I'm wondering at this stage and trying to determine at this stage if what you just handed me is going to be admissible now or subject to admissibility at a later point or not admissible at all. So let's just be really clear because there's a record being made here. You handed me a stack of pages. You don't have them numbered. They're not labeled. I would have to stop and we'll be here till 6 o'clock tonight labeling these.
They're all in
In
order.
this packet, and in this order are some Facebook posts and some YouTube posts or screenshots,
Yeah, I think
some of which were handed to you by other people, those being the Facebook posts. Some of those you attesting to the fact that they're direct.
well, most of them
What's on
say right
YouTube?
on them. YouTube. This one is Facebook. What the Hales says Facebook marker on it. You can see Facebook right there.
All right, which means somebody gave it to you.
Right.
Okay.
They sent it to me because it was
all right,
posted
so
on the Facebook.
The court at this stage is going to just hang on to these. They're under advisement. They're not yet admitted into evidence. As to the YouTube posts she's attested to, she's got personal knowledge. They're coming from the page attributed to Mr. Hales. We can ask him the one question. Is he the administrator of that page? We'll get to that under 9615. The court can ask him that question. And under as it relates to the Facebook, since they were given to her and she has no access.
All right, I want to get to a couple of these super chats. Claire Fries, thanks for the super chat, says, I have assisted people in getting POs in multiple states, and I have never seen anything like this. I have never come across a judge that would allow any of this to come in as evidence. I mean, me either. We're talking about screenshots, photocopied. How would the respondent be able to even say if those were authentic or not? Hey, Brad, welcome back.
Hello.
It's an outrage that he's allowing this, that he's allowing it to color his perception of this, of what's going on, and taking it as true. Debbie Childers, please check out the files. I did, Debbie. I looked at them. Those are not files that I can use. Those are not actual police reports. That's just a background report, which I can't verify that it's actually her. So that would not be something that I would use. I would have to actually go get police records from police verifying her date of birth, her name, and all that stuff. It could be some other Lynette Preston. It could be some other Lynette. I can't use that. But thanks for sending, but it's not something that I can use for actual evidence. Denise, not Denepview, thanks for the super chat, says you need to show Lynette's deposition. Yeah, I know. I just really wish we had the entire thing. And at some point it is going to come out. Right now, all that's up there are just a couple of clips, which we might get to if we have time. Miss Krim says, I have an MS in criminology with human behavior track. Her written and verbal speech is clear textbook to deceptive behavior. Well, that's interesting. That's interesting. Tracy Fagan, good morning, America. What are we offended by today? Well, today we're offended by by judges who take faulty evidence and use it in court. Ashley Clute, thanks for the super chat, says property wasn't even for sale when Jeremy moved. Interesting. Duncan, Idaho. Hey, Duncan, good to see you. Member for 4 months. Nope, wasn't me. Nuh-uh. Yeah, she's trying to say that they fabricated everything against her, and an Ohio judge totally believed them, that all this fake evidence. Sure. Jennifer Whitaker, thanks to the super chat, says, could Jeremy's attorney have objected during these allegations? Yes, and he did, but I would say he didn't object very vociferously. He probably should have objected harder because the judge appears to just ignore him. He says he's going to take it over objection. So, you know, Duncan, Idaho, it would be a really serious crime if someone were to shoot at you. Law school. Right. This would be a very serious crime if it were to happen, which it hasn't. King Bob, thanks to the super chat. Everyone should have an outhouse.
No.
No, thanks. Duncan, Idaho, thanks to the super chat, says, we have pockets of this country which are attempting to be run according to UK laws of speech. Don't say anything mean, especially not on YouTube. Yes, that's why this case is actually really important for all of us out here who, you know, are using our freedom of speech and have a right to do it. We need to keep that going. Duncan, Idaho says, oi, mate, you got a license for that YouTube channel? You've been saying things that's upset some people, isn't it? Cynthia Barnes, you became a welcome to the Fox Den. Chickens get eaten. All right, let's see here. What do we have? Tom Stewart, thanks for the super chat. Ordained lawyer has Grudge mesmerized. And Sarah Adams, member for 3 months. I'm still in my first trimester, metaphorically. I like it. All right. The dog wandered away. Where did he go? I gave him a treat. I put it in his bed. He was there when I left, and now he's gone again. Stupid dog.
I'm guessing I'm missing all of the pieces that would have destroyed my previous statements.
What were the previous statements?
About how the judge was just giving herself a whole lot of leash because she's pro se and she's telling these rambling stories of going
now
on.
All of a sudden he's believing her because he believes that she was denied her due process in the Ohio court. And it's really bizarre. And he's accepting this evidence that she's giving him, which is basically a stack of photocopied papers that she says someone gave her, won't name the person, saying that these are all posts that he did, and he's gonna take it.
We can clarify that at a later stage if it becomes necessary. And I want to go back to the question of the alleged substantial emotional distress it's caused you.
For the record, Your Honor, objection asked and answered 3 times now, I think.
Well, I don't know that she's ever
He's
answered the
objecting
question directly.
He's objecting to the judge's question of her because he is acting like the plaintiff's attorney. So now his attorney is like, I object, asked and answered. Good for him, because it was asked and answered.
And so part of it is problematic because that she's ever answered a question directly. And so part of it is problematic because I'm getting a run-on explanation as opposed to a direct. I don't know why that is.
Well, what do you want me to say? Okay, I have to go to counseling now to deal with it. It's making me fearful in my life. I have anxiety anyway, medical induced anxiety because of the medical issues I have. So it's intensified my anxiety 100% because I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm terrified of losing my rescue, which is my only legacy to my child. I'm not worried about Fish and Game coming in and losing it.
I thought it's not earning any money and it's a non-for-profit.
Right. I want to leave her something that will keep her having something to do in her life. If I die,
your 4-year-old can literally be anything and do anything in their life.
I've got it.
And you want her to hang around a moldy turtle rescue that doesn't really rescue any turtles, it doesn't seem, with dirty water. I'm glad the judge was like, what legacy? You said it's not making any money. So what are you talking about? But then he just keeps letting her do it. And also notice how many times he lets her interrupt him and he never gets mad.
Set that someone's going to come and take care of her, but I want her to have something. I want her to have something to love and to have from her mom and
Right,
teach her how to.
Saying that it's not of value right now.
No, but it will be. I just became a 501c3 and I have been bombarded with bad reviews, with trouble. He went into Winn-Dixie and he told them a whole big story, a whole big lie.
Speculation.
No,
Right. Were you
I talked to the manager. He did.
Your
go
objection
into
sustained. That would.
And he made a video upon walking out of Winn-Dixie saying,
that would be
just
hearsay.
talk to the manager.
He's letting her walk all over him.
Somebody told you it was hearsay. What about the video that did you see the video that was
I
posted?
saw the video myself.
Okay.
And he walked out of Winn-Dixie.
Do you have that video?
I gave that.
No.
That was on my evidence thing.
Doesn't have
that I
it.
gave the courts. Those videos are gone. He's taken them
Oh,
down.
so you don't have this video?
We can't get to those videos
What do you
anymore.
mean you gave them to the court?
I gave you an evidence
Are they
log.
preserved somehow? Or are you
And
saying a
I got
list?
300 some papers. I gave the court some evidentiary logs. and
A
they were
list of
part
things.
this,
Wait, screenshots of what was on there?
No, it was.
The court has no social media or video.
He sent it to your Twitter account.
A friend, a person that was helping me put together an evidentiary log here. And I gave these.
Wait, an evidentiary log that's a list of things is not the thing.
That's
I
not
know,
what
but
we're
this
looking
was
for,
the-
ma'am.
this
Well,
was
I
the-
know too. That's why I'm asking you, where's the thing itself, which is the video of,
We can't be, by the time I went to get them,
okay.
They
all
were
right, all right.
gone.
So the objection regarding
he got
what
rid of the evidence.
you may have seen, which is no longer available as a piece of
Because
evidence.
he
is
got rid
staying.
of the evidence because they were in.
MG, thank you for pointing this out. The judges I know would have admonished her not to talk over him again or face contempt. Yeah, this judge never does that with her. He treats her with such kid gloves, but he yells at Jeremy and his lawyers constantly.
Here.
Okay, I got
And
you.
I already provided those to the court. So he knew that I was going to use them and he got rid of them. He went into Winn-Dixie. He told them that I was throwing the food.
Continuing to
all
talk
over
about the
it's
story
on
is
YouTube, that
pointless.
he went in there, told them that I was feeding the homeless, training them food for work, and that I was throwing meat trays and all this garbage on this dead dog road along with my baby diapers.
Right, wait, but
No, I saw the video myself.
but
I
that you
watched
don't
it.
have anymore. So you're reporting to me something that you saw on a media
Well,
that you don't have or is no longer accessible.
then how do I get you to understand that he went into Winn-Dixie and he ended my contract with them and lost me the contract
Well,
of
there's
their
other
garbage?
ways to do that by like the person in Winn-Dixie who talked to him, or maybe call him as a witness and he admits to it. I don't know. But
Well,
Did she say that she's feeding the homeless people garbage?
No, that was the accusation that she's saying that the Hales did, was that they was picking up homeless people to feed them and get work out of them.
Oh, okay. But she was feeding them leftover garbage from the Winn-Dixie they were throwing out. I don't even think that's legal.
I have no idea.
If we end up continuing this,
It's
I
not
will
proper.
call him as a witness, the manager. I will call her as a witness, definitely.
Well, I don't know that we're continuing this. That may be an issue. We're getting
You supposedly are.
We'll figure
Just
that out
wait.
at some point.
He
What do you
went
mean you
through
don't know if you're
Winn-Dixie.
continuing this? Yes, you do.
He admits,
Stop,
I have
stop.
something here, I have to look through it, where he says that he went into Winn-Dixie and ended that.
Okay,
So I'm no longer feeding the homeless the garbage.
I'm no longer. So she just
She
admits
just-
that she did at one point.
She just said, I am no longer feeding the homeless the garbage. Why is she feeding the homeless garbage?
What the
It's
fuck?
very bizarre. It's very bizarre. Larry, don't you think it's weird that the judge lets her interrupt him constantly?
Very weird. Very weird. It's like they're almost on the same team. And by the way, I just realized I may have misspoke in my video on judicial immunity, and I'd like to correct myself. So you guys are getting a sneak peek into DUI guy admitting that he was wrong on only one aspect. Okay.
Okay.
Here's what happened. So there is case law. So absolute immunity is absolute, except for when a judge steps outside their judicial role, even though they're still a judge, but it's not administrative, it's not judicial. For instance, I'm going to have John Bryan, the civil rights attorney. He's going to be on my channel tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern. We're going to talk about a case that he had in West Virginia where the judge went physically to the person's home.
Oh yeah, I know that
as
case.
a judge.
Mhm.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
searched
Searched
along with
it.
police. And he's like, I don't want you to come in. And she said, if you don't let me in, I'm going to arrest you. And he's like, well, okay, all right, I guess come on in. And later, tried to sue the judge, and the judge claimed absolute immunity. And the Court of Appeals said, oh, no. You do not get to claim absolute immunity. You stepped away from your role as a judge, and you're acting in the capacity of a police officer. Therefore, we're lifting your robe, metaphorically speaking, and you can be sued, piercing the veil of the judicial immunity.
Right. And in fact, I've got another case that you might want to look at, Larry, of a judge who just lost his immunity in Missouri. Judge Eric Amy, he physically came off the bench after court was adjourned, walked into the hallway, took 2 teenagers down to the jail underneath the courthouse, and put them in each one in a cell because they wouldn't go live with their mother. They were refusing to go live with their mother. And so he locked them in a cell for several hours while their father didn't know. He was outside waiting for them in the car. And they were locked in a cell underneath the jail where he terrorized them. He had them handcuffed by police officers. He acted as a police officer and arrested them.
Yep.
So he actually just lost his immunity. That's Judge Eric Amy in Missouri. And he was just deposed. And Bart Rocket, the father of the children, I got to talk to him. I got to get him on the show because this just happened and he's all very excited about it. So am I, because these people need to be held accountable. This kind of crap has to stop.
And the correction, to finally full circle, I realized I did not connect the dots. What I did not realize, when Judge DeThomasis is acting in this way, letting Lynette interrupt him, acting as her litigant, there may be a potential lawsuit for Jeremy, because basically the judge is now taking off his judge hat and saying, okay, I am your lawyer also. And if that is going to hurt, and first of all, you can probably seek, if nothing else, at the very least, attorney's fees while the judge is litigating from the bench. That is a really, really, really interesting point. And if I'm saying something like that, it's no BS. If I start, if my light bulb goes off, and it did in this case, I am very interested to maybe even sue the judge in his personal capacity. Judge DeThomasis, I'd love to jump on board on a case like this, because it'll be a separate proceeding. It'll be a separate hearing. It'll be a separate case. That is another case that Jeremy has in his pocket. So maybe, people can let him know. And of course, whatever, it's really, I'm not trying to claim dibs.
No, you're absolutely right about that.
A really good case.
Especially this one part just here right now where Mark Feather had to object to the judge's own question to her, asked and answered. I thought that was really something because, he had already asked her that question. And now he is acting as the plaintiff's attorney, asking her these questions over and over again, trying to get her to say something different to indict Jeremy Hales.
Yeah, that's wild. No,
it is.
That's so wild.
This whole thing should be thrown out. There is not one bit of evidence in here of actual cyber stalking. So far, I've seen absolutely nothing. And this judge just keeps on digging and digging and digging, trying to find it. And he's believing every word out of her mouth about that Ohio court process instead of pulling the court records, reading the transcripts, and looking at what happened.
Here's another little tip.
So here's something.
Go ahead. Larry, sorry. Go ahead. Uh-oh, did I lose him?
And he's gone.
And he's gone. That's okay.
Something else. Hang on a second, because you're adding. There's
is so big.
Potential defamation.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So I for some reason I can't switch screens. As soon as I exit the tab, I guess it mutes my microphone. So let me do it this way. Give me 1 second. I'm pulling it up on my other phone right now. And please don't ask me how I'm doing all of this while I'm driving.
2 phones.
It's actually I am sitting as a passenger. I have my driver. Say hello, driver. Hello, Mr. Foreman. Thank you so much. All right, I have a driver here. Here's what happened. I did not know this. A buddy of mine found this, and I found it fascinating. Okay, there's this act of, when the United States of America was about 20 years old, no more than. There was a lot of acts of, first of all, all of them were traitors to the English, Parliament, right? So they're all could be arrested, executed for treason against the King George or whatever. Well, after the new government has been formed of the United States of America, and they were like, okay, everybody can screw off. There was a lot of criticism of the newly formed government, as anyone might imagine. And in 1798, okay, so 1776, 22 years after the formation of the United States of America, under the Articles of Confederation, as some of you history aficionados know, that is the birth of America, but actually the Constitution, the Bill of Rights was not written for another like 10, 12 years. I don't remember the exact date, but 10 years after that, in the Sedition Act, it's called the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798. This is news to me. I did not know this. My source, my buddy tells me that John Adams, who was a lawyer at the time, and at some point, of course, also president of the United States, I think he was the second or third, signed the bill that allowed journalists critical of the new government to be arrested and shut down. Okay.
Wait, John Adams signed that bill?
John Adams signed that bill.
I'm shocked by that. I'm shocked by that.
Okay. Now here it gets better, right? So journalists, John Adams says journalists can be arrested and shut down for criticizing the new government. Wow. Well, Thomas Jefferson, who was the president, I believe, immediately after him, but at the time he was in the Senate, was so appalled by John Adams's, proposition that he refused to participate, and of course did not sign the act. Now, when he became president, in it might have been 1790 whatever or 1802 or 1804, please correct me, chat. I'm driving, so I can't even look this stuff up. But when Thomas Jefferson becomes president of the United States of America, he completely deletes the Alien and Sedition Act of 1798 from existence and basically restores journalists' rights. And here we are 200 some odd years later, 220 years later, and a judge in Florida, of all places, is like, you know what? We should bring back this Sedition Act of 1798. I kind of liked it. Let's shut up these journalists, and history repeating itself. I'm telling you.
It's scary. It's scary as hell. It's really
And I have
scary.
one more for you. I have one more for you. This is even better. So apparently, there is, remember the case of the stripper that Judge DeThomasis represented when he was a lawyer?
I actually never looked into that case, but I've heard about it. I don't know what the facts of it were.
The TLDR version is stripper goes to a frat house. She and her friend are there to entertain. Then they both leave. One of them comes back. Lisa, I think was her name. I can't remember. So this person is then allegedly sexually assaulted. And the problem with that case is that they're never charged. She gets charged with perjury for perjuring documents and later gets convicted and serves jail time. And Judge DeThomasis was representing her on the...
Oh, we're losing you again, Larry. Larry, no, come back. Larry,
please,
we're losing you. We're losing you,
Please
Larry.
don't tell me I'm losing.
Yes, well,
Am
now
I
you're
back?
back. You're
Am I
back.
back?
Okay, yep, you're back.
Okay, all right. I'll do this out because I also have work to do. But I just want to share, this is absolutely insane. So, another source of the internet.
No.
Like,
Larry,
watch the
where are
documentary.
you driving? Which document?
I am
the
driving in
documentary
Louisville.
Raw.
I'm almost home.
It's so strange.
Yes,
You have
yes,
no.
that one.
It's called Raw something.
Yes, the
All right,
one that.
we'll have to-
By the way, I also found out that Judge DeThomasis wrote his own IMDb profile. By the way, but that's not the news. That's not the news. Here's the news. Okay, this is brand new. I did not know this. I don't think anybody knows this yet. That they watched the documentary. This source watched the documentary and they took a picture. And I'll share this on my channel maybe tomorrow. Judge DeThomasis was safeguarding the video of the frat boys. He did not want it to leak. So he has a history of trying to deprive the public of videos, relevant videos, because he is afraid of criticism, of public scrutiny. He wants to keep things secret and under lock and key so that people don't have a sound familiar? Anyone?
Yep.
He did the same thing
absolutely
25
is
years
brittle.
ago.
He's brittle. He thinks that he's entitled to do what he does under the cover of darkness. Yeah, no, it's gross. It's gross. He needs to be stopped. All right, I want to watch that documentary. Maybe we'll do that on my locals together.
And or nuisance,
Harassment.
and or a whole lot of things that this court is not here. There's not a pleading for a lawsuit for damages, intentional interference with a business operation, tortious interference with a business contract.
I want him to stop cyber stalking me and using the internet to kill me.
I hear that.
She keeps on interrupting.
Has he ever threatened physical harm to you?
I have one of these screenshots that says that he's going to stand outside with his family across the street from my property, aiming AK-47s at my home. Yes.
Okay.
I take that as
Can you show me that one?
Yes. I have it.
Now, for context, Jeremy and George both say that this joke came after they were accusing George of having terrorist family in Egypt. They were saying that George was bringing her family, and they were Muslims, extremists.
He said that the town of Otter Creek twice. He said that the town of Otter Creek was going to lynch me by my neck, hang me by my neck.
This woman cannot understand the difference between sarcasm and reality.
Or is he asking the town?
No, she cannot at all.
Does he have control over the town's people?
He goes to the town meetings and is very in control of the town. Yeah. Yes, he is. They are best friends. The mayor of our town and him are best friends.
You said you had a post, or you saw a post where he's saying he's going to stand with AK-47.
Yeah, I got it. That's what I'm looking for. It's in one of these right here. I'm just trying to see which one it was in. It's a matter of finding it.
All right, you all. I'm gonna dip out. I'm gonna be live tonight at 6. Thanks for having me. Sorry about the connection issues, but I'll either be back or I'll be definitely on tonight at 6 with John.
All right, awesome.
Sounds good,
awesome.
Larry.
Well, have a great rest of your day, Larry. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. Everybody,
Absolutely.
Go subscribe. Go
Y'all have
subscribe
fun.
to Larry Foreman. All right, bye-bye. Go subscribe
Bye-bye.
to Larry Foreman at DUI Guy Plus. Mods, if you can throw the link in the chat, I would appreciate that. Man, this guy.
If we weren't on his, all right, I mean, that proves what he's calling me. Evil, turd, psychopath, lazy.
You've already testified to that. The piece that we're looking for, if you
I'm
have
trying to
it.
find it. It's here. I'll stand here and look for it because I have it. I brought it on purpose. Matter of fact, I brought it loose.
I hate it when I bring things on purpose.
Because I thought it was very clean.
Sorry, I had to dip out there. I had to yell at my dog and clean up a mess said dog made. So
Oh no. I don't know what my dog is doing. He's
Already
missing.
handed to the court, or it's separate?
No, you do have that one though, because I sent that with the 300 pages.
All right, so you're handing to the court a page.
From his video.
And you're saying, can you show Mr. Feather the page that you're pointing to, or you're bringing
From
the
his
court's
video
attention
where
to?
he said he was going to set a patrol up across the street from my property with AK-47s, his family, to protect his family from us. Said he was another one. He said he
okay,
was
so he
gonna
can hire
do-
security for his family.
I have another one, the one that says the bye Felicia, going to be gone forever. They're all here. It's all here. It's continual every day.
All right, and you're saying
I'm
what you're
I'm
handed to
not-
the court, hang on, what you handed to the court is a screenshot
Yep.
of that portion of his
Video.
YouTube video?
Yes.
How?
And
YouTube.
you saw that on the YouTube page?
Yes.
Now wait a
Of
second.
What the Hales?
Yes.
How is a screenshot of a YouTube video evidence of what he said?
They're going to play the video in a minute. They're going to play it. So we'll hear it, but we won't hear the context. And we won't hear what he said afterwards, which is that no one should contact her.
It's part of the transcript.
So what you handed to the court says, it starts with, he's getting worse with the violent ideation and threatening fantasies.
Yeah, she wrote
So
that in there when she said
who would Mr. Hales be talking about?
that's not him talking at that part. It's whoever sent it to me. Or is it me? Well, I got to look at it in order to see it.
What?
Hang on.
She
Hang
doesn't
on.
know.
So
She
the
doesn't
post
know.
starts off with, he's getting worse with violent ideation.
I got it right here. Yeah, she was doing transcripts for me. So for me, she wrote.
So that's
For me,
hearsay.
this-
She's making a statement about a video that he was saying, or that he supposedly said these things. That's
I don't know why his attorney isn't objecting to all of this, but he's not. I don't understand why he's just sitting there. This I do not get. Like, just pipe up, man.
because I mean at this point, in the very beginning I could see him being like, okay, we just let her dig her own grave of logical and fallacies and terrible stuff. But at some point you just got to say, no, we're just going to start applying law here, and all of this stuff that you're conjuring up out of your backpack is not admissible.
This is why the court in Ohio was like, we're not using any of this stuff. We're going to I'll pick out a couple of these things that are actual evidence, and then the rest of the shit is out, because they got a good judge in Ohio who knows that none of this makes any sense.
He wrote what everything was about. So she
All right,
told me
all
what
right.
it was
Well,
about.
hang on then, back up.
And then
So
told
the
me where to go
words,
on the video.
the words, he's getting worse with violent ideation and threatening fantasies, those words are attributed to who?
To him.
No.
Why would he
Who made the
call
statement?
himself he? That's like weird to call some.
No.
Okay,
This was written up for me by a lady that I know.
all right, so
She
how
watched
can,
all the videos.
hang on, let's back up. How can somebody who writes something up for you then post it on his YouTube?
No. She took, this is
All right.
his,
Let's stop.
it's the transcript. She gave me the transcript.
No,
of
she
it.
gave you her own
This page,
story
number one,
of
so
what
we're all
supposedly
on the
happened.
back here, just so if it becomes part of this record.
It's in the video.
You're muted.
None of this should be coming in. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. The fact that he's allowing it in is crazy. This is some woman she knows, who she won't say who it is, has given her this write-up of what she says happened, and he's going to put it into to the record?
Yeah, no.
What the hell?
Petition, hang on. I'm calling this petition exhibit number 1. I'm dating it the 29th. For identification.
Why isn't he
So that we know what
objecting?
we're talking about.
Object!
And it's in
Object!
the video called Upcoming Town Meeting.
I'm going to start screaming Mark Feathers here in a second.
CREEK.
Okay.
I know, right? Mark Feather! Object, you damn fool! Object! Where's my button? Where's my objection? Oh, here. Object! For God's sake! Object! Even Darrell Brooks would have objected. I mean, and he didn't know his way out of a paper bag.
Objection, hearsay. Oh my God, I don't advocate.
Object!
Except Brooks actually made proper objections and got things out of evidence. Like,
yeah,
that's the funny thing.
This is what is Feather doing? Feather.
So the words on the page that you handed to me, which we're now calling the page Petitioners Exhibit 1 for identification, not yet in evidence, may not go into evidence unless and until the court rules otherwise. That page contains words that start with, and I'm going to the full paragraph, he's getting worse with violent ideation, etc. Those are the words of some other person that you know who supposedly transcribed words she's attributing
Oh my
to him.
God.
Yeah, I have the transcript.
Okay, that's what we call hearsay.
No, she wrote down what she was doing was telling me.
Why
where
the
it was.
hell didn't
So I'm
Mark
supposed to
Feather
accept
object?
somebody who's not here, that they transcribed accurately and interpreted accurately. Ma'am, that's hearsay.
Then I guess we'll have to get a continuance so I can find the video somewhere and put that on my log, because I don't think I have that one on my drive. That one is called upcoming county meeting.
All right, so it's at this stage, it is not admitted into evidence. Are you are you requesting a continuance for that purpose?
No, I just want.
Yes.
I want,
Then it's not admitted into evidence.
That's
And so
fine.
the testimony you said about him threatening harm to
it's
you,
on the video. She was telling me where it was on the video. So she screenshotted what it said exactly.
Do you
and
have
put
the
her
video?
words
That's the
above it.
worst
Huh?
thing for someone who's going through
I-
this entire
I can
video
probably
history
pull it
to
up
do
on
is to
his
give you a
channel if it's still
screenshot
there.
of a point in a video.
It's
You
so,
you
it's
give a
so
timestamp because the timestamp is going to tell you where to go in the video, not some random screenshot. Because if I'm sitting here in my chair and someone screenshots me and says, "Yeah, IT Goatee was talking about something, and this is the screenshot of where he was talking about it," I sat in this chair all the time. How are you going to be able to know exactly when it was? The only thing that would be different may be my shirt that I'm wearing, which I'm representing Downhausen, by the way. But
I don't know. This whole thing is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And that he's entertaining it. She is a pro se litigant. It is her fault she doesn't have an attorney. It is not the judge's job to number her exhibits and put them into evidence the way that he's doing it. She needs an attorney. And he should just tell her, we're not doing this. You're not ready. You don't have any of your evidence. Your evidence is a mess. And I'm sorry, but denied. That's what happens when you go into court without an attorney. It's ridiculous.
denied. Sit down.
Oh yeah, where's my button?
Denied. Sit down.
I can look on his own Facebook or his own YouTube and see if that video is still there. It might be one that's still there.
What would it take you to know whether it's there or not?
What would it
2
take?
seconds. I can pull it up and see if it's there.
I bet it's going to take more than 2 seconds.
You sitting there patiently waiting while I do this thing.
It was on that. It's gone.
While
Those are all
the
videos that
petitioner
have been-
is not getting due process, while he is sitting there not able to speak on his own behalf, and I'm sorry, but this freaking attorney, Mark Feather, now I know why the judge doesn't like him. He stand up for your client, sir.
Not there any longer.
And just understand that I haven't. there's also
We all want to go home,
even
ma'am.
if
Can you?
it's an exact-
It's like
it's
6
still-
o'clock.
I don't know.
These are the things that he does on his videos that
God,
these
shut
fans all hatred towards us.
Right, but what I'm saying is the words on this page are
Scaring
a
me half to
supposed
death
transcript, quote unquote.
from his own video.
Is there a
Well,
video?
Yes,
Shut
I'm looking
up.
for it right now. I'm gonna type it in and see if it comes up.
Shut up. So she's gonna.
Might be
he's-
proper to inquire if she ever seen the video. She said that she's scared because of what this person told
No,
her that was said on
I've
the
seen the
video.
video before it was taken down. I watched the video just because.
Oh, hang on a second. You said you saw it before it was taken down, but you're looking to see if it's still up. Was it taken
When
down?
I went, right, Most of these, when we,
Which one is it?
So I had a jaw that was this big. 2 days ago, it was the size of a freaking big old.
If there was an attorney that was actually doing this, or a clerk, they would be saving these videos, have the URL, and be able to go subpoena YouTube for it to say, any records of this YouTube ID videos that you still have, please provide to us so that we could have it as an exhibit.
But the idea that he's allowing her to do this is outrageous. She's taking up all of the respondents' time with this, and she's done it the entire time, and he's allowed it. He has allowed. This is his fault. His fault that this has dragged on for as long as it has. This should have been over in one day. I could have made this ruling already and made it lawfully. Lawful law, if you will. Don Wittenhagen, thank you for the $2. Aloha from the big island of Hawaii. Megan and panel. Aloha, Dawn. So beautiful in Hawaii.
I'm not big enough for a panel.
K Rust became a YouTube member. Welcome to the Fox Den. We have a lot of fun here. Joanne Wall, thanks for the super chat. LP told F&G she lived there 7 years.
How?
I don't know. Who knows how? Wendy Bono, thanks for becoming a YouTube member. And let's see. Dawn Wittenhagen, thanks for the super chat. But yet she said she doesn't watch the channel. Yeah, well, she's lying about everything, obviously, because she keeps contradicting herself. It's very easy to see that she's contradicting herself. I don't know why the judge can't see it. Terry, welcome to the Fox Den. All right, Tracy Fagan, thank you for the super chat. DUI guy, start taking the Florida bar. He can probably practice. You just have to file for, I don't know, it's like for reciprocation or something. A lot of states do that. Debbie Florio, stunning dog. What breed of shepherd? He's just a regular German shepherd. He's a cross between a long hair and a short hair, and he's not around. Archie Ruckus, where are you? Get in your bed.
It's called Pro Hoc Vice.
Gramine, thank you for the super chat. Says they are going to submit the full video. Yeah, but it shouldn't have got to this. They should never have had to do this. Helen Gall, is that not a breach of copyright? She says,
No,
not in court. No, definitely not. Wendy Ingram, he is letting her hang herself. Never shows proof. Mark is good, but they let her hang herself. Well, not really, because he's not fighting for his client during any of this, and the judge is believing her.
The judge is fighting for his client.
Yeah, the judge is fighting for his client, Lynette. Sarah Adams, thanks to the super chat. Her bathroom is beautiful. Sure. It depends on what your definition of beautiful is.
A chance to really grab all this stuff.
Then why did you say it was taken down? It might not have been taken down.
That's what I just said.
No, you just said.
I
The words
said
you just said.
I went and looked for the majority of these videos. They're not there. They're gone. So, but I haven't had a chance to look at every single one. The ones that I gave.
All right. So what you're really saying
He's
is
removed a lot of
you
videos.
believe it might have been taken down, but you
Yes.
don't know for sure.
Right.
But you just said, despite that really being your feeling, that it was taken down,
Right
but you don't
here.
really know.
It's right here.
Is it there?
Video is here.
Okay. And what does the video?
I'd have to give it to you, to somebody to watch. Because it's in there about the AK-47s.
Well, why don't you stand over here, Mr. Feather, if you want to approach too. If you can hit play, let's take a look and see what it is.
All right, I would just say that, regardless of what it says, there's no evidence that Jeremy Hales posted it.
It's his video.
Well,
Sir, look at him.
He's got a company.
No, it's alive. It's
yeah, well,
alive.
he's responsible because the statute includes communicate or cause to be communicated. And when Mr. Hales
He's got the
testifies, he can
statute.
explain the structure of how many people, if any, control.
Now they have to listen to Jeremy sing. My God, this song is a masterpiece. He should record this. He should record this and sell it. This song is a masterpiece of satire. It is absolutely hysterical. And watching the judge is now getting angry and hating Jeremy. This is when it happened. They have prejudiced the judge now by allowing this evidence in without having any of it authenticated or watching the entire thing for context. And here goes the judge. Look at his face. He's getting madder and madder. Farm.
Making a song in parody is covered First Amendment speech. There's no way that.
Can you tell me when, if ever, it gets to any threats of use of firearm?
Normally it's in the first half of this in his life, but then he does an auction or does something after it. So, I mean, if anything, I was gonna ask to play this video anyway, so. I mean, now they'll start talking, and they'll explain everything, what he's talking about.
Again, all this is evidence of, if these things are not true, is a possible case for defamation. None of this falls under cyber stalking. She never proved, by the way, any of the things she says his followers are doing to her, or how she knows that they are his followers. Anyone emailing her or driving by her. How does she know that they're related to, how does she know they're not just people in the town who also dislike her because she lives in a garbage dump? Is that, it could be anybody doing it. Here we go.
That's all. So, Mr. Feather, did you hear?
That's all he wanted to hear, and he doesn't want to hear the context or anything else about it. Now, I think that that's totally not okay, because they didn't get to the part where in the same video, they say, do not contact her. Do not do anything. Do not cause anyone to contact her. Do not do anything. So that's literally right there. Okay, so Jeremy and George wanted you guys to know too, because I spoke to them last night about this, I was going to show this video, and they had a couple of bullet points they wanted me to tell you. The AK-47 comment was made after John Cook pulled a firearm on Jeremy, which is on video. So he pulled a firearm out of his pants and brandished it. And Lynette posted that she was going to pop a cap in their ass. So both John Cook and Lynette, according to Jeremy, watch a month of videos of them in Egypt surrounded by guards with AK-47s. And they had posted, he says John Cook posted, that they bought the Otter Creek schoolhouse to bring George's radical Muslim terrorist family to create a mosque. So his sarcastic response to that was, we'll bring both families to protect the property with AK-47s. And in the same video, Jeremy says no one should ever contact them. We'll handle everything legally. I mean, there is context in this video, and that judge, you heard him, he was like, that's it. That's all I need to hear. And he's about to issue this injunction. The puppers is finally back.
We should have both families line up, and we can have AK-47s pointed at them the whole time. It says that right after we have to be afraid of them, and allegedly because or attributed to the fact that there's alleged crackheads, meth heads camped out there illegally,
Which is
etc.
all lies. There was one camper.
Ma'am, hang on. I just want to see.
She just admitted there was one guy.
What those statements were. We have to be afraid. This is Mr. Hales on that video.
And he doesn't yell at her for interrupting him.
Being presented saying we, meaning he and whoever else, has to be afraid for his lives. I guess as a landowner close in proximity, we should have both families line up, and we'll have AK-47s pointed at them the whole time. I'm not saying that's against the law or anything, but that's the words that at this point, those are the words that were just stated.
Yeah, so?
Do you disagree?
I wasn't paying attention, honestly, Judge.
All right.
Feather, that's your fault.
The court heard, and what the
Yeah,
court's going
why
to find
wasn't he
is
paying
Mr.
attention?
Hale saying we have to be afraid of them. We should have both families.
Now, wait a minute. He didn't say we have to be afraid of them. He's making a joke. That's it. A joke. He did not say that it was not a threat. That is not a threat. It wasn't, we're going to,
We
shoot
should
them in
is
the head.
not a declaration of intent to act.
No, and especially when it's put into context with the things that were said about George's family and the things that they were saying about them. Yeah, nonsense.
I could say I'm going to do X, Y, Z all the time, but until I actually do it, that's mute.
Yeah.
Evans pointed at them the whole time.
Objection relevance.
Yeah, relevant.
That's what we're
Objection.
on today.
Exactly.
So the idea that
Well, because the impact of somebody with tens of thousands of followers may be causing to be communicated certain messages.
Oh, he's desperate to apply that law.
relevance.
He is desperate to apply that causing to be communicated. And she's going to start interrupting the judge again.
Exactly my point, Your
Ma'am.
Honor.
Hang on. So the objection's overruled. The court would so find that that video clip is currently posted to his YouTube page and includes the phrase that Mr. Hale, and he can explain what it means or what it doesn't mean. It could mean we really are so afraid that we're going to defend ourselves against them, and we're going to need AK-47s
because he
to
won't
defend
let him.
ourselves. Whatever it is, the words are, we have to be afraid of them. We should have both families line up, and we will have AK-47s pointed at them the whole time.
Yeah, I think that goes to the basis for the injunction in Ohio that was related to them pulling guns on them and making threats.
No guns were pulled on him.
I think it was- well, I'll ask those inquiries.
Sorry.
That was after, well,
No, I'm saying there's lots of arguments to make to the weight of it, but nonetheless, those are the words that are part of this record and what they mean. That this item that was marked for identification as petition number 1 is not in evidence, yet what is being publicly displayed, which is Mr. Hale's statements that I've now read into the record 3 times, are statements attributed to him. There's a question of whether or not those statements in conjunction with all the other evidence are statements that can be construed as directly or indirectly being communicated or causing to be communicated.
Chat, that is not Randy Shockett. That is Mark Feather. This is hearing number 1 when Mark Feather was, trust me, that is Mark Feather, because this is the same hearing where Mark Feather tells the judge that he cannot be in court tomorrow morning because Jeremy has to get on a plane. And you will remember that every time after this, you're going to hear the judge, Mark Feather misrepresented to this court, blah, blah, blah. It is Mark Feather. Yes, it is, chat. I know what I'm talking about.
And this court has to consider it in light of that. And if I mean, you want to hear a case that describes just that, where the 5th DCA, excuse me, the 2nd DCA in 332 Southern 3rd 1079 Strober versus Harris, where a guy, these were competing, the petitioner and the respondent had competing YouTube channels and or Facebook posts and or other social media, both broadcasting against each other, and the respondent had the case dismissed at the trial court level, and the 2nd DCA reversed because it said, the 2nd DCA, the statutory definition of cyberstalk includes
and they
not
got it
only
wrong.
messages, quote, communicated, unquote, by the
Because the appeals court knocked them down.
respondent, but also messages, quote, caused to be communicated, unquote, as well. And what happened in this case is, and what the court said, is the question of whether the publicly posted videos caused threats to be communicated is a crucial part of the statutory definition that the court below conspicuously failed to address, which is why this court is doing just that. We're trying to address that. The trial court mistakenly, which is why they were reversed, engaged in a narrow interpretation of the statutory standard and disregarded Ms. Strober's express allegations and evidence that Mr. Harris, the respondent, had caused the threats to be communicated, even though the court affirmatively found that she began receiving them after she appeared on Mr. Harris's channel. And so the question is the cause to be communicated language. Additionally, and I presume that you're aware, you should be, this court is, that Strober and Harris was decided under the 2020 version of the statute. The opinion came out January 5, 2022, subsequent to the October 2021 change in the statute under House Bill 921. But they were limiting their decision to that old statute. The new statute added really significant language that is implicated. They added the word under subsection 784.048 1D1 in the definition of cyberstalk. They added these words, directly or indirectly, those 3 words, and then they added, after the words directed at, they added the words or pertaining to. So it used to be a standard.
Except that, yeah, they added those words, but the higher court then clarified that you can't use that unless they are communicating illegal speech toward that person that would be cyberbullying, the incitement to violence. So you cannot stop someone from talking about someone else or causing something to be communicated that is still in line with your First Amendment rights. So for instance, if someone who is watching Jeremy's channels decides, I'm going to write this crazy turtle lady and tell her that I think she's, all protected things, whatever I'm saying is protected. Here's my protected opinion of you. I think you're getting a raw deal, and I don't like the way Jeremy Hales has treated you. That's protected, and someone could write her and say that. Someone else could write her and say, I think you're a dumbass. That's also protected. I'm not saying you should do that. Don't contact this lady. She's nuts. But you can't, a judge cannot say that, then you caused that to be communicated to her, so now you're going to jail. No, it would have to be actual threats. And even so, I don't think the statute was meant to hold a third party responsible. Look at Archie Ruckus. Look at that boy. Look at that good boy. Oh, now he's ignoring me. Come back. Come back here. He gets confused because he knows I'm upstairs. He knows I'm not in the computer. So he's looking towards the stairs. He's like, I don't know what this machine is, but she's not in there. Hey, good boy. Aw, he's so cute.
At the time that case was decided, there's not been
This
a
is
case
so
since
convoluted.
then, since the statutory change, that now cyberstalk means, and I'm quoting from subsection D1, to engage in a course of conduct, to communicate, or to cause to be communicated, directly or indirectly, words, images, or language, by or through the use of electronic mail or electronic communication directed at or
This is a shitty
pertaining to
law.
a specific person. So it's a much broader
That
statute, and if
pertain-
you read footnote 1 of that,
That pertain to a person, there has to be more clarification in that. It's ridiculous. That pertain to a person, so you can't say anything that pertains to a person, to somebody. That's crazy. That's whoever wrote that statute needs to be horsewhipped.
opinion, the second DCA recognized the statutory change, but said, and I quote, "We're confining our analysis to that version," meaning the one that was in effect at the time this case was decided, "and do not comment on which version would apply upon remand or upon any amended petition." Clearly, this court is absolutely obligated to utilize the statute currently in effect since October 2021, which added that language.
That I'm totally going to misinterpret.
That's why this court is focused on that language and admitted.
And I'm going to
The
misinterpret
weight
it
to which
totally.
it should be given is something to be argued at the appropriate time.
Well, I think I can help you with that.
So if the argument is on relevance, I'm establishing for this record why this court's admitting it, and it's relevant. It may not have been relevant in 2020.
But can I get the citation, Judge?
332 Southern 3rd, 1079.
Thank you, Your Honor. And did the court find that it was directed at or to someone?
Well, what happened in this case, factually,
is
that the allegations were the cyber stalking was by directly sending and causing to be sent through others threatening and disturbing messages from the followers or fans of this YouTube channel. The petitioner alleged through the videos published to the respondent's YouTube channel that the respondent was directly threatening her and also had incited threats against her from his viewers. Among other things, she alleged that he falsely accused her of child abuse. That's happening here. Announced her home address online and published a photograph of her minor daughter. All of those facts are relevant to here because we've already received testimony, not yet subject to cross-examination, not yet accepted and adopted as competent substantial evidence by any means yet. We're not there yet. But that defines the relevance of this testimony that has been difficult to discern through run-on narrative from an unrepresented pro se litigant. And I'm not criticizing, it's just...
This guy wants to be a Supreme Court justice. That's what he dreams about at night, which is why he treats these little family court disputes like a Supreme Court case. It is his fault that this has dragged on for so long because he's treating it like a federal case.
That's what we're dealing with here. But nonetheless, I'm obligated to discern what it is, what it means, and is it dispositive? And if the second DCA meant what they said, and clearly they did, I'm being directed to consider such evidence.
I'd like to make this into evidence too, and I have a packet for everybody. These are messages that have been directly sent to me because of these said videos.
How do you know?
Hate, nasty.
How does she know?
Vicious, ugly, disgusting messages that have been directed to me personally.
Hang on a second. When you say this, you're holding in your hand a packet.
Yeah, one
You
for
got
each
two.
of it. It's,
All right, hand one to Mr. Feather.
these are all messages sent to
See,
me.
They
he
could
said
have
it,
been-
Feather.
You're gonna ask her some
Yeah,
questions
they could
now.
have been sent to her, from a fake account, from anybody.
Oop, Megan's gone. Megan.
I don't know what happened.
Oop,
It just
there
started
we go.
rebooting. I don't know what happened. It's just did that.
Well, you're still here.
Wi-Fi is low.
All right, so for identification, so you know what we're talking about here, I'm going to label this Petitioner Exhibit 2 for identification. Have these been provided to Mr. Hales and or his counsel before today? Are they part
Some
of
of
the
them were given to you in the 300.
Part of the supplemental?
Yes, I had to read. I just had to
All right,
redo
so let me
everything.
ask you, did you copy these from your own,
Yes,
like, texts or Facebook or?
they're text messages, they're emails, and they are Facebook Messenger messages.
And you are the one that screenshotted them and then printed them?
Yes, and I still have them on my messenger, my email. I've kept the originals.
All right, and you're saying these are in time following up on
Yes,
broadcasts that Mr. Hales is conducting on his his YouTube page.
yes, and some of them threaten my life. This person here, they threatened my life. Several of them did. Said they were gonna come and clean up the town and get rid of me. They were gonna clean the town of Otter Creek.
Well, that could also just
One,
mean
she said she was gonna hurt me.
that, I mean, without hearing what they actually said, I don't know if what she's saying is accurate. She's good at pretending to be, very upset. But I don't know if we know what they actually said, and we also can't prove who sent them. None of that is, you have to authenticate where these came from.
They're all in here.
All right, so are you asking the court to admit these into evidence?
Yes, please.
Mr. Feather, in response.
Objection. I don't know who these are from. I don't know. On my note, it says sent to me from Hale fans. So like a foundation, authentication, hearsay.
Well, she's authenticating them as
What?
having
She
come
got 'em
to
off her
her.
phone.
She can't authenticate them as having come to her. That's not how this
Well, she may
works.
be-
You need an IT guy to say that these were actually sent, and here's the IP addresses they came from. She can't authenticate that they came to her. It's bullshit.
Well, she can authenticate they came to her, but she can't authenticate who sent them.
Who sent them? I mean, yeah, she can say they came to me, but she's also not submitting electronic documents. She's not submitting the paper trail. She's just submitting screenshots of these things. For God's sake, she could have just made them up.
Be wrong about that. You can cross.
She said so.
Hey, having come.
Authentication, hearsay.
Well, she's authenticating them as
Yes.
having
She
come
got
to
them off her
her.
phone. She said so.
Hey, well, she may be wrong about that. You can cross-examine her.
I'm
on that.
not. I still have them on my messenger, on my email, and on my text messaging. Here's like this one.
So the case, I don't have it with me. I can get it. I'll complete the record with it. Simonette, Symonennette, establishes the foundation for authentication. The court's relied on it multiple times. It's a case that stands for the proposition that somebody who receives, effectively, who can attest to, and she's attesting to, she's receiving these messages in time subsequent to posts, broadcasts of the YouTube channel from Mr. Hales, and the context of them are clearly
Nasty.
addressed to
Shut
Ms.
up.
Preston, using derogatory
Don't
language.
talk when the judge talks.
Context and the substance of what they're saying is clearly in conjunction with the things being broadcast, and what Ms. Preston is saying are lies about her. And it's clearly a bunch of
Very angry
rabid people
Rabid.
responding without evidence other than the broadcast, maybe whatever, but they're drawing conclusions.
How does he
about-
come
What
up?
broadcasts are they referring to in these, Your Honor? What makes you think that
Every
these
video.
comments are related to a broadcast?
That absolutely goes to the weight of the evidence, but in terms of admissibility, the court's admitting petitioner's exhibit 2 for identification.
Ugh,
as
this
petitioner's
guy.
evidence.
He's admitting this nonsense.
Well,
I mean,
he's
Whether-
admitted it for
whether
identification.
weight
That's
to be
not
given
putting
to
it
them or
fully
not,
into
or How
evidence.
they're to be construed is certainly.
Right. But still, this is crazy.
An argument.
Can I read this one, Your Honor,
No,
to show
No.
how it is relevant?
no.
I mean, how did they know we're going to court? How did these people know we're going to court if he hasn't posted it? He has posted it.
What, I don't know what you're holding.
Lynette, you'll have your day in court. Go to hell, bitch.
I don't know. You got to
Fucking
tell me
piece
what
of
you're
shit.
holding in your hand.
Yeah, it's in your packet. It's in that packet.
The one that you just handed me?
Yeah. I
Go
just
through this
pulled it out.
40-page packet and find this
And
one
what-
line.
Give me a sense of maybe who you're attributing that to or what page you're trying to bring to the court's attention.
It's a message I was sent from some guy named John Smith, which is probably a fake name. Lynette.
It's probably
you'll
a
have
fake
your day
email,
in
too.
court. Go to hell, bitch, cunt, fucking piece of shit. You will go to jail. And the second message he sent, similar. Lynette, you'll have your day in court. Go to hell. Same message.
Can I inquire what page,
Yeah,
document is
I
being
just did.
referred
I'm
to?
trying
In referring to, it's in the packet.
This one?
Yeah.
Like what page?
Oh, sorry. It's just in there. It's a, I put one in every packet.
God damn it.
I just put it back.
Sorry, I just put it back. Can't tell you where. It's somewhere.
Somewhere.
Put it back.
You said you think it's a fake person and a fake name?
I don't know. It
I
doesn't
don't have any
matter.
idea where it came
Doesn't
from.
To me, it doesn't matter. It was sent to me because of his posting on videos on what a piece of shit liar I am, how I'm beating my child, killing my
Ma'am, if you have
horses.
that single page pulled out, if you can just, oh, here we go. I got it. It's
Yeah, I just set it
1,
back.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
It's 5 and 6 pages from the back.
And there's,
Lionette, you'll have your day in court. Go to hell, bitch, etc.
Somebody
This
needs to
was
take that
done
and
in
voice sample it.
2018.
Somebody needs to take the judge saying that and voice sample it into a song. Now, is me saying that? Is me saying somebody should sample that and
Yep.
make it a song?
You're inciting a riotous mob that's going to go against her.
I mean, that's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's just absolutely insane.
Is that correct?
no,
19?
this is recent. I could pull it up
November
on
3rd.
my phone. Here, why don't I
What year?
pull it up and we'll see when it was. November 3rd
Of what year?
this year.
How do you know that?
Ah,
I'll prove it.
Because that's when you,
Is it on your
It's on the
Facebook or your
paper.
text?
And here's another. He emailed me and so it's on the email, Friday, November 3rd, 2023 at 10:25. So there's a email that's in there, same packet that goes with this. He messaged me.
and you don't know who that's from either.
Hmm?
You don't know who that is from either.
Nope.
You don't know whether they ever watched the Jeremy Hales video or not.
Well, he says you'll have your day in court, you fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I mean, it's from
aren't
watching
there
Jeremy's
people?
stuff.
Aren't there people in the town who know this court fight is going on? It could be somebody in the courthouse, for all you know. It could be somebody that she's messed with somewhere else. This is a very small town.
And you.
You need a ding.
Huh? Oh.
Super.
Oh my God. DJ Radis is on it.
Yeah, that's in there too. You have a
I don't know, DJ. Maybe you shouldn't, because I think I just caused you to communicate something. And I'm not sure if causing you to communicate something could be, I don't know. Am I going to be dragged in front of a Florida judge because I caused DJ Radis to communicate a satire song? Cripes. I mean, it's a possibility now.
email with there's a Gmail from John Smith and it
Okay.
says the date on it
I've got
with the
that.
exact same one. It's the exact same one.
Okay, I've got it.
I've never had anybody message me like
So
this.
you're printing this from your email,
Mm-hmm.
and what you just showed the court corroborates a page that doesn't appear to be an email, but is a page from a text.
No, it was an email.
Well,
Both. He sent me.
hang on. The one that I said that was 5 and 6 pages from the back of Exhibit 1
Right.
starts out with "Go to hell" and it says spam, and it's got the little trash symbol and the email symbol and
Mhm.
the other.
That was off my email, Gmail.
Oh, God.
That I got off my Gmail.
I can't believe he's
'Cause it says
entertaining
spam
this.
and it says November 3rd. And it's just the way that it
No,
pulled
that's
up.
the one. That's the one you showed. The one that starts with the big capital letters "Go to hell" appears
Yeah.
to be a text page.
No, that's an email. It's the same email as the little one.
Okay.
It's the same email as this one.
All right, I got you.
Only when you print it, pull it up to print, that's how it comes out.
Okay, got you.
And there's
All right,
many
it's
more
contain-
like
It's
that.
contained in the composite.
Hey, there are 3,000 of you here. Did you hit the like button? Because there's 3,200 of you here and only 1,854 likes. And I frankly think that that's pretty embarrassing. Now, if your thumbs are not broken, you have no excuse. You can hit the like button. It is free. It doesn't charge you. And it's a good way to help the algorithm to keep this channel in your feed, for when fun stuff is happening. So please make sure that you hit that like button. And I'm going to think of a fun poll. What should we poll right now? We need a poll. Ooh, Locals is memeing. Sorry, Locals. I haven't been checking on you.
MG says it's time for a mom shame on likes.
Yeah, definitely time for mom shaming. I'm pretty ashamed of you. I'm very disappointed that you haven't used your thumbs to hit the like button. It's not that hard. Are you lazy or something? I mean, why are you so lazy? Just sit on the couch all day listening to YouTube videos, but you don't even hit the like button to help out the creators. What kind of YouTube fan are you anyway? You're supposed to like and subscribe, by the way. Hit that like button. Smack it the way that Lynette claims people have seen her smack her kid. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why she's bringing that up in court either. It's bizarre. All right. Why no Locals post? Oh, crazy or not. Yeah, I forgot. I had such an early morning this morning with Jeff that I totally forgot to post that I was live in Locals. I do that sometimes. Not often, though. So I guess it's my turn to be shamed because I screwed it up. Sorry, guys.
Shame
All right.
button.
Where's my shame button? Yes. Shame on me.
Shame.
Definitely shame on me. All right. How are those likes doing? Let's see. Oh, we're getting up there. We're now at 2,300. Much, much better. All right. We'll get back to the
Is Exhibit
hearing.
1 nonetheless.
Yeah, they're all like that.
All right, I got you.
They tell me they have mercy on my soul. He tells that I'm scamming the government. You heard
Have
that
mercy on your
video.
soul.
This one says I'm watching the video right.
May God have mercy on your soul is a nice thing to say. It means so hopefully you don't go to hell. May God have mercy on your soul means may God take you into heaven despite the bad things you've done.
Now talking about how much of a scammer you are.
All right,
Get
so
a
hang
damn
on,
job.
Hang on, ma'am. So what you're saying is your belief is these things are a result of what he broadcasts is
Directly.
fomenting in people, riling people up, causing people to act upon.
Yes,
And that what they're saying to you is causing you distress.
yes.
Okay.
This one
So
is sad because it even says that Patience Beatty is smarter than me. It says Pebbles is smarter than me. I'm a
That's
disgrace.
not cyberbullying.
all right, so let's focus here a second. I just want to get a sense of where we're going here because counsel is clearly
Checked
These
out.
all came-
having the opportunity. Well, counsel gets the opportunity to cross-examine you and to present evidence. And we're at 4:37. We're not going to go beyond 5 o'clock. I'm not going to hold court staff or the courthouse open beyond that. We've got to continue this. You've referred to and have shown now, Mr. Feather, some video items of evidence of an evidentiary value. I haven't had you play those, but they may be relevant because the one that you did play, the court found at least part of it to be relevant. And so I don't want to deprive you of the opportunity to present all your evidence, but it appears, and Ms. Preston, you got to tell me if I'm wrong, that you...
Hold on. Before we go there, I did say Locals was memeing.
Oh my God.
She said sand N, but I would never say that because I'm Black, white, Native American, Spanish, cabbage, German, and Mexican, and that would be racist. Oh, God. I don't know what that thing is in front of the turtle. I don't want to know.
That's a bong.
A what?
That's a bong.
A bong. Oh, that's a bong? It doesn't look like a bong. Okay. I don't know what it is. I'm not familiar with any of that paraphernalia. I have no idea what any of that is, Brad.
You lie as good as she does.
Towards the end of concluding your testimony, but maybe should have time to present the videos.
I would like you to see the video that was made after the Ohio hearing, and it was just made last week, about a week ago. John was walking in front of our property.
And you have that saved how? On your computer?
On my computer and on my phone.
Okay, and you showed that to Mr. Feather?
Yes.
Okay.
John's walking on the front of our property, measuring our property because we don't know what to do. We got to put up a barrier. We got to stop.
Measuring your property.
We're willing to do anything. So he's walking. Jeremy, when he comes out of his driveway, he can see if people are in front of my house on the road. He could go out.
Then you're not 2 blocks away.
I'm not going to deny you the ability to testify. So hang on just a second here.
She's been testifying all day.
I'm going to give you a chance to.
All she's been doing is testifying.
Time of when we're going to be able to do so. Just give me a second here. Feather, I'm trying to make a determination. Here I am.
Yeah, he's trying real hard. All right.
You've been counsel of record for, well, less than 30 days, but maybe 2 weeks.
I think if I'm given the chance to show what I have, that I think that I will be able to walk away with an order to protect me and my family so we can go on with our lives.
I'm going to give you that opportunity.
Oh my God.
But
no.
I don't think that you're going to play it now and this court's going to rule because they have a right to cross-examine and present evidence.
I know.
So, and we're, 20 minutes before the close of a business day here. And quite frankly, to some extent, and Mr. Feather, that's why I'm just looking here. Couple things. One, you've been provided with, I don't know that you're arguing prejudice, but you've been provided evidence that you didn't have before you walked in here today. I know we took a break that allowed you to do so. You've had a chance to hear her testimony, but without subject to cross-examination or presentment of your own testimony. Just logistically, we got to take a break and reconvene. I would not discourage and maybe would suggest that if we need to do so, and we do, that you engage in conversation with Ms. Preston and see if there's a resolution you guys could work out based on your advantage. Your disadvantage is you and your client got to come back. Your advantage is you might be able to open up some line of communication to get a resolution between the parties other than the court adjudicating it on its merits.
So Your Honor,
just
aware
saying.
of the injunction that prohibits her from communicating with Mr. Hales, are you
That's why I
excusing
said
that obligation?
you on Mr. Hale's behalf.
I don't think she can use me to communicate with him according to Ohio's law. Correct.
Now this,
I don't believe she can.
This part I didn't understand. I don't think there's ever a protective order that says you can't even have your lawyer communicate. Like your lawyer can't communicate with the person if you're in the middle of a legal thing. So I did think that this was kind of strange.
Parties talk amongst one another all the time through lawyers. That's
but he's saying that the Ohio order does not allow for her to even communicate with him, even through his attorney. Now that's possible. It's possible that that's what the order says, but I would find that really hard to believe. That would be strange.
I think I brought a copy. I did a notice of filing. I have a copy with me. But I don't think she can. I don't think she's allowed
I don't think that has anything to do in a
to
courtroom
have
setting.
contact with Mr. Hale.
I need to see a copy of that. I'll
If we've
evaluate that, and I can
got
contact
one
I can
thing
contact
going,
the judge there to get them to carve out an exception.
I think we've kind of gotten to the point that Feather is actually a pretty useless attorney at this point.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. For one, the judge doesn't like him. And for two, he's not a real good advocate for his client. He's not fighting too hard, is he?
no, he's not really fighting at all. And he's fighting in the wrong direction, saying, no, we're not going to try to mediate because.
Right. Because of this order or whatever. Yeah. That's probably not what the judge wanted to hear at this point. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to allow counsel outside the presence of your client to be able, on your client's behalf, to talk to Ms. Preston. We're communicating in a courtroom now indirectly.
I already have it.
This is the final judgment?
This is the final judgment. I did notice the filing in this case. The court may be aware of that.
I'm not, because it's not imaged yet.
We filed that prior to the hearing today, and it is the final judgment of injunction, or what they call is a protection order in Ohio, and it's far more, quite a bit further reaching than Florida's.
Okay. Well, I guess that's possible.
Where do you think the line? Okay, maybe.
You know, it's easier to get.
I mean,
Actually,
this
a little
is pretty
harder.
broad under subsection 7, not initiate or have contact with protected persons named in the order where their business is.
And there will be a contempt motion, I think, forthcoming for your honor's consideration.
I'm sorry?
I expect there will be a contempt motion forthcoming for your honor's consideration in relation to the violation of this no contact pursuant to Florida statute 741.315.
Your Honor, we've made no contact with him. Any contact that's been made has
Well,
been
wait a
made by
second. Why would
Mr.
it be
Hales.
coming to me?
Under Florida statute 741.1315.
You're supposed to enforce this order.
Under the recognition of foreign protection orders, the statute, and full faith and credit under the United States Constitution.
Wait. But you're saying based on conduct that I'm not aware of just yet,
Correct.
other than me suggesting you can communicate with her.
Well, I think there is other conduct, Judge. It hasn't been filed. We were hoping to put this baby to bed today and let these people go on about their lives. That was kind of our prayer, but it looks, I'm afraid we may not be headed that way.
They could go on with their lives with an injunction or without an injunction is the issue. If you wanted to adjudicate it on its merits,
Yeah,
I don't want to deny anyone a chance to be heard.
And I'm grateful for that, Your Honor. We arrived at 1. I think we started being heard about 3. We indicated very early on that we weren't interested.
He doesn't want to deny anybody's right to be heard, yet he has denied the respondent his right to be heard this entire hearing. Not one time has the respondent been heard. How long are we into this? This particular one is we're in an hour and 35 minutes, and before that there was 17 minutes before that. So 2 hours, and the respondent has not been heard.
In the continuance of this case, it
Okay.
sounds like we're being forced into that. When I agreed to represent Mr. Hale.
Well, between 1 and 3, so we could have heard your case first, yes, and we still wouldn't be done with it. And we would have about, what were there?
I think we would be, Judge.
The 25, 30 other people that would have been waiting for their case. Sorry, that's the way I called the court docket.
Your Honor,
I mean,
I'm not
come on.
kind of, suggesting the court should do anything other than it's done, except that we really wanted to have this case resolved today so that these people, she needs peace, Judge. Mr. Hales and his wife need peace.
All right, so what do you expect in terms of her playing those videos? Is going to take us, 30 more minutes? Are you going to
I
waive
honestly thought if I got
cross-examination?
the opportunity to cross-examine her and we
Yeah, how about
showed you
that?
the law, that we could have walked home 30 minutes ago.
I don't know how that's going to happen.
They don't want me to have my
You're saying in
right
30
day
more
in court
minutes, we
again.
can resolve this.
My belief was if I had the opportunity to examine this
How much
crime
time do you need to
petitioner,
cross-examine?
Here's where 15 minutes comes in.
I think about 15 minutes probably.
To
And how much time do you
cross-examine
think she
her.
needs to play the videos that she showed you, or the other thing that the court could do. I mean, that's the court did in Strober versus Harris, the court received all the videos and said the court would review them later.
This dude is way
court
too
did not rule at
prepared
the
for an
hearing, instead
initial
promising
hearing
in
on
light of
this.
the initial evidentiary objections to review all of the video.
Yeah, he absolutely did the research because he wants to make new case law on this subject. And so he is prepared to make this a huge deal. He is going to make it as big a deal as he possibly can. And he's got it all lined out. And also, did you hear that Mark Feather literally just told him, I just need 15 minutes to cross-examine her. He didn't say I need 15 minutes to finish this case. I need 15 minutes to cross-examine her. And then I have some other witnesses, he said. That is not what the judge will then misrepresent, that he made misrepresentations to the court about what he wanted to do and when. This is so garbage. I got to write this. I forgot to write down timestamps for Jeff. I'll have to go back over this later. All right. This is the 15 minutes part. So you can see this judge is lying. I'm going to go back so we can hear it again.
Received all the videos and said the court would review them later.
Wait, let's go back.
Or the other thing that the court could do, I mean, that's the court did in Strober versus Harris.
No, before that.
I think petitioner was a
30 more minutes, we can resolve this.
My belief was if I had the opportunity to examine this
How much
crime
time do you need to
petitioner,
cross-examine?
I think about 15 minutes. Probably.
To cross-examine.
And how much time do you think she needs to play the videos that she showed you? Or the other thing that the court could do, I mean, that's the court did in Strober versus Harris. The court received all the videos and said the court would review them later. The court did not rule at the hearing, instead promising in light of the initial evidentiary objections to review all of the video material before making a decision. We're talking, I don't remember in that case if it was dozens or hundreds of hours. We could do that here. This is a case that is not your run-of-the-mill. I think we resolved 5 cases in an hour and a half, maybe 6, I don't know. Sometimes I resolve 10 in less than an hour. This is
I
not
doubt
one of those
that.
kinds of cases.
Well, I think it could be.
Yeah.
You have to give an opportunity to examine the witness.
Yep.
Maybe or maybe not present the testimony of the other witnesses that are familiar with the situation, and then look at the law. The law is very clear. Your Honor asked the questions, they weren't answered. There's no substantial emotional distress, which is what's required. It has to be. And there's no competent substantial evidence to support that. We can end that hearing now.
We have a prima facie case from her testimony, not yet subject to cross-examination, that she's basically paralyzed in her own home, does not feel safe, can't leave the property, needs to use whatever.
Did she get a police
tools
escort to
within
the
her
courthouse?
capacity to
She feels
board it
okay
up
leaving,
and to blockade
going to
it
court.
From other people, hundreds of them at times, videotaping her on a daily basis, that she's suffering from.
He's taking that to mean what she said, that it's true. Did she say people were videotaping her on a daily basis? No, he's making up facts now, his own facts. He's making it up. She never said she was being videotaped on a daily basis. This is following her around and videotaping her on a daily basis. She didn't even testify to that. She said that there have been people who came by and filmed her property. She never said she was being followed around, filmed on a daily basis. He is making up facts that are not in evidence. Objection. What?
An exacerbation of a prior condition of anxiety, that she's currently now in therapeutic intervention and seeking assistance for that.
Did he get any receipts for that therapeutic intervention? Or did she just say that she was doing
attested to it?
That it's persistent, that it's ongoing, and that it's perceived as being threatening to her safety and the safety of her family. So that's what she said. Now, one could argue, oh, some ordinary person would just blow this off and get on with their life.
Hang up the phone.
And I mean, we'll get to that, and I suspect I'll get an argument about that. And
But not
I've read
today,
the cases you sent me ahead
because
of
I'm going to
time,
sit
and,
here and argue with you instead.
you know,
Instead
what
of
is it?
letting you have your 15 minutes, which look at where we're at right now. He
Mm-hmm.
just said he needed 15 minutes to cross-examine her. We are at 1 hour and 39 minutes. This is going to still go till 1 hour and 47 minutes. He could give him all this time, almost 20 whole minutes. No, well, yeah, right? No, 10 minutes. He could give him 10 minutes. He could have given him his 15 if he had 5 minutes ago said, okay, start cross-examining her. But he's not going to let him. He's going to spend the next 10 minutes arguing with Feather about why he can't give him the minutes to start his case.
This domestic one was stalking. The domestic has a footnote that the stalking is part of domestic, and so they analyzed it that way. I'm with you. I know, but it doesn't deny and should not deprive her the ability to present it. And I'm just not going to have my clerks wait here till after 5 o'clock and my court security. And
Your Honor, can I say something? In Ohio.
And here's another thing.
No,
the
don't
court's
say
concerned
anything.
by doing so. There's not a temporary injunction in place, so there's no
There is,
intermediate.
Judge. There's a permanent injunction in place.
In another court.
On her.
Yes, she can't come near him. He'll be
Right.
okay.
So there's
So
no
how
such
did,
thing in
then how did the
Florida.
video happen the other day?
Ma'am, there's no such thing as a mutual injunction, but there's
Right.
there's a such thing as people having independent injunctions considered on their own merits. The standard of law in Ohio is preponderance of evidence. The standard here is a little higher, competent substantial evidence.
May I say something that's pertinent to what you're talking about?
Hang on.
He
No.
was asked in Ohio, can we make this a mutual order between you two? Both. He said no. He said no. Because then he couldn't be able to do what he's doing to me.
Right, which is why Florida law has a statutory provision. There's no such thing as mutual injunctions. However, there is, rare as it may be, injunctions one person has against one person and another person against the same person. But they have to independently be evaluated on the merits of whether there's competent substantial evidence to support entry of the final judgment. And I don't know how much more serious that could be. You want to cruise through this. You know, we're not going to do that to the.
I just really wanted to cross-examine the witness, the only one we've heard from. And I wanted to present.
And deny her the ability to present the evidence. Ma'am, how long are the videos?
Oh, God.
They're like 30 minutes.
Okay, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, which is never going to be 15:30. We're going to be here till 6:30 at earliest. We're going to have to reconvene. There's just no option around that. Mr. Hales, I think if you want quick justice, you're not going to get justice at all. And if you want to spend 6 or 8 months in an appellate court process, you could end up with that, or we could hear the whole case and allow the court to make a determination.
Why is the judge talking to Mr. Hales? Why is he addressing Mr. Hales directly instead of his counsel?
It's weird.
Why is he doing that? Because Jeremy sighed. He has done nothing this entire hearing. He has sat there quiet, not moving, not making faces. He let out one sigh, and the judge is directly admonishing him now.
On the merits of this case, and it could result in an injunction or not. I mean, what your lawyer's saying is it's going to result in a quick and speedy resolution with a dismissal. I guess he's predicting what I'm going to do. That's a really hypothesis without basis.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Judge is pissed that Mark Feather walked in there thinking that he was going to, this is an open and shut case, and he's going to show him. He's going to show Mark Feather, this is no open and shut case. I'm going to drag your ass through the appellate court. And look, he did. It is now at the appellate level to get rid of this judge who has refused to recuse 3 times after being so outrageously belligerent. And he's about to lose it here. He's going to get belligerent right now.
Could we take the witnesses that are present in the courtroom so that they won't be inconvenienced again, Your Honor? We have the mayor of Otter Creek present. We have her husband. They both like to testify. Could we do that in light of the limited time that we have available so that they won't have to return and be inconvenienced?
They're going to be 5-minute witnesses?
Very brief.
Probably not. You're going to have a pro se litigant try to engage in cross-examination, not even understanding what that is to ask questions?
Yes, she's
the
pro
point.
se. She chose to be pro se. Yes, absolutely. She has to be the one to cross-examine. Yes, Judge, and you don't get to help her. You don't get to be her lawyer. What do you mean? Are you going to have a pro se litigant? Oh my God, Brad. Is he the one who arranges for her to have a lawyer? Because it's weird that she gets his best friend as a lawyer after this. Silverman, who is the judge's best friend. So what the actual hell? MG Law, did you hear that? He's saying, what do you mean? You're going to have this pro se litigant do cross-examination? Yes. Yes. She has to. She doesn't have a lawyer, and you're not allowed to step in and help her. How did she end up with Silverman as her attorney? Who hired him for her? I wouldn't be at all surprised if it wasn't this judge.
I think that's how it works.
Since this case is so
In
crazy,
time.
What do you mean you think that's how it works, Feather? Quote him the case law. That is how it works. If you are a pro se, you must act as your own attorney. That means you are not, and you cannot then appeal if you got ineffective counsel because you're an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Will work, yes, in time.
appointed?
It takes time.
Wait.
In questions.
I think that's how it works.
Since this case is so crazy,
In time,
can I
it
get
will
a
work,
lawyer
yes, in time.
appointed?
It takes time.
Well, she just asked for an appointed lawyer, but
You're trying to railroad it through.
No,
I don't
Your Honor, I'm
understand
not
that.
trying to
I don't
railroad it
understand
in.
She can't get an appointed. He'll tell her she's not entitled to an appointed attorney.
I'm trying to
Well, the court
convenience
dis-
these
the
witnesses
court
who've been waiting
disagrees.
4 hours to testify.
And I've been doing what in the past 4 hours?
Oh God, you've been wasting
Adjudicating the
time.
merits of about 6 other litigants times
Wasting
2, because
time.
there's 2 in each case. Some were served, some were not served.
Understood.
With witnesses, some without witnesses, some with supporters, not with supporters. I don't know when we started, how many people were here, 25 or 30? Am I insensitive to these folks having to come back? No, I'm not. I'm
Good. I think we
completely
can do-
cognizant of it. You guys want to come back on a Saturday or Sunday? I'll be here on a Saturday or Sunday. You want to come back at midnight? We'll be back at midnight. But I'm not going to
Bullshit.
put my clerks to that or my court.
Oh, you damn liar.
Bullshit.
I would have loved for Mark to be like, yeah, let's come back at midnight. He's not going to come back at midnight. He's not going to come back on Sunday. This is so bullshit.
Because you are a corrupt person. You're the most corrupt.
Court security through that.
I'm just
How
suggesting
can
that
you
we
not
can
understand
convenience the
that?
witnesses by taking their testimony now, Your Honor, if the court would consider it.
You know, the request is denied. It's mind-boggling.
Am I allowed at all to get a court-appointed lawyer in something
No.
like this?
No, ma'am, it's not a criminal case. There's no
Okay.
constitutional, there's a right to counsel. There's not a right to court-appointed counsel.
And I'm sorry that I'm not an attorney.
Want to come back tomorrow? Let's come back at 9 o'clock.
Oh, God.
I'll cancel what I got.
I would note that the petition is not properly sworn. Does that matter to the court?
Everything matters in all good time, in all due time, at the appropriate time. If you're making motions,
I'll move to dismiss the petition because it's not properly sworn.
you can make that argument tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. And if it's granted, we'll all go home. At
you haven't
9:15.
put yourself
Can
in
I ask what that
recess, so
means?
Ma'am, I'm not considering adjudicating a legal matter
All right,
without
I just don't know. what that
proper
means.
argument presented in support.
I think I have a doctor tomorrow, but
So are we reconvening at 9 o'clock?
that's fine. I have a doctor's
Your Honor.
appointment, but I'll cancel it.
Mr. Hales is having to address matters in Ohio court related to this situation. He has to be there tomorrow morning.
Mr. Hales has to address matters in an Ohio court. He has to be there tomorrow morning. That's exactly what he said. The judge will then go on in subsequent hearings to totally misrepresent what was said.
He has a flight out.
Well, who's the judge in Ohio? Why don't we reach out and see what they can do to accommodate us?
Right now it's 6 o'clock the night before.
So in effect, we're not going to have it tomorrow because of Mr. Hale's
I have other
calendar.
He said it was like
Judge
Okay,
it's
so your
approaching 5
calendar-
o'clock, but
Okay,
they're-
but still 5 o'clock. Like
Yeah.
you're gonna get a hold of the Ohio clerk at 5 o'clock and work out something. No, you're not.
no.
in his calendar take priority over the court calendar, which I'm willing to change to accommodate. I want the record to reflect, I'm here to accommodate these litigants and these witnesses to resolve this case.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if
We're
it
willing
can't
to
be
stay
done
as long as-
tomorrow and you're asking for a continuance beyond tomorrow, I'll grant that. But I don't want anyone to be misled into thinking I'm shirking my responsibility to adjudicate this case on its merits.
Your Honor, we would be grateful to stay as long as it takes.
You're missing the point.
Yeah, I
It's
don't
not
want to
about
stay.
You and me.
It's about
We have
me.
other
Yeah.
participants.
No. He's like, no, you don't get it. I like how he says it's not about you or me. No, it is, Judge. It's all about you. It's all about you not wanting to stay. Don't give me that garbage about, oh, my employees here, the clerk and the court, these court employees. They get overtime if they have to stay. It is a hazard of the job. You also don't have to have, you can have the parties agree that they will allow the clerk or the whoever's doing the typing to stop and do an audio recording. And they've got this video recording anyway, so they can do the transcribing later. They don't need to have the transcriber in the courtroom. This is all garbage.
In this,
Yes.
okay, our court staff and our court security. And so I'm shutting it down in about 6 minutes. And if you want to come back at 9 o'clock, it's offered to you all. If you can't come back or you're not willing to come back, we're going to do it next Wednesday at 1 o'clock.
Look at this.
6th.
Look at this.
If you have a calendar conflict, you've got a week's time to make a change in your calendar.
Fine with me, Your Honor.
Look at
We'll be back here Wednesday, December 6th at 1 p.m.
Mark Feather is not even listening. He's talking to Jeremy.
We stand adjourned.
Court's adjourned. We're coming back on Wednesday, March whatever, and I don't care what you have on your calendar. You're going to get it. You're going to change it. That's how this guy runs a courtroom. He's absolute garbage. Unbelievable. So there we have it. We've watched the first hearing in its entirety. And that's it for me today. I am really running overtime. I need to get off of here and go and do my other stuff that I need to get done. So my podcast is still I'm not even ready for it. I didn't even prep it because of all the other stuff I had to do. So, but hey, the good news is the Lego courthouse is almost finished being redone. So I redid the front. And there's going to be a flag here. I put a little thing in for a flagpole. So I've redone it. It's a little more structurally sound. There's only a couple of spots that I'm not real happy with. I'll have to show you. I can show you some close-up photos of it before we go, because I did put them on Twitter. So let me share that with you. Let's see. Okay, so how do I share this? I have to go back over here. All right. Hold please while I figure out my shit. All right. Okay, so here is a photo from above. Let's see if I can make this bigger. There we go. You've got the tuft of justice sitting at his desk, and you've got the guy on the witness stand. You've got, now it looks better now because I rebuilt that whole front side. So you've seen how it looks different. So here's security though. I love security. I love the security with the metal detector. The inside of the courtroom pretty much still looks the same. I just rebuilt the walls.
And they looked
Look
all
at
white.
this. Look at the microphones.
That's pretty good.
I know. And the judge's gavel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so good. So good. Right, there's more. Wait, where's the rest of them?
It
Let's
was the
see.
reply.
Oh yeah. Okay, there's the reporter in the courtroom with the camera, which is on a swivel and it can turn to follow the action. That's me in the courtroom wearing my journalist backpack and with the camera. More security photos. Cop above. Let's see. Is there more? Oh yeah, there's close-ups of the lawyers. And the media and the judge and my flag and the guy on the witness stand where Lynette is never going to be, apparently. She's never going to have to be up there. I need more hair, though. I need better hair for my Lego people because I don't have a lot of hair. So I need to go and get some more of those. I don't know. Somebody told me I need to go to the brick shop. I don't know what that is, but I'm going to check it out. All right, guys. You take care. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I might be playing hearing number 2, or I might be interviewing someone from Pennsylvania on medical kidnapping. I'm not sure. So just stay tuned. Make sure you follow me on meganfox.locals.com. Brad, thanks for being here today. I appreciate you as usual. And I'll see you guys later.
Yep.
It's always hard to say goodbye, but go do your squats. Do your squats and I don't know, go watch something else. While the song is playing, I'll see if there's somewhere to redirect you. Maybe Jeff is still doing the trial or whatever. Where's my show end? There it is.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. My friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
Wait.
Naughty.
Hold on. We're not done.
Oh, no.
I forgot to read the super chats. Dang. I love you guys. Gifted 1 Megan Fox membership. Thank you so much. Welcome to the Fox Den, whoever got that. And Graham Ellis. I plead the 5th all the way from Australia. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. And who else is here? Don Gibson. OMG. Listen to the end of his live from last night to hear the song he made up on the fly about Grudge Judge. Very funny. Okay, I will. Colleen West, thanks for the super chat, says off topic. If you brush him wet, his hair will be long and gorgeous. I breed German Shepherds. All 5 of us sleep with us on a Cali King bed. Oh, I can't even imagine. Robert Schwartz, thanks for the super chat. The AK-47 statement is when the judge went rogue. Yep, he sure did. He showed his colors, didn't he? Ray Lonzinger, welcome to the Fox Den. Chickens get eaten. Shannon 7, thanks for the super chat. If I didn't know better, I think I was listening to the E. Jean versus Trump case with the social media aspect. That's kind of scary, though. It's scary. Scared silly. If Lynette's phone could be confiscated, I bet it would show communication between Lynette and the judge since the case started. Well, maybe not. That would be really outrageous. DJ Radis, thanks for the super chat. I've got you. I'll do it tonight. Oh, yeah, I read that one. Juliette Morgan, thanks for the super chat. This woman gives me a headache. Yeah, she's pretty interesting. Shannon 7, thanks for the super chat. Scary, giving Canada law life in prison for online stuff. Yikes, is that real? That's where we're headed if this stuff continues. Wagsta 1007. Thanks to the super chat. Take headache meds before listening to her. I guess the other one wasn't the only person getting a headache. Soldier Mom, thanks to the super chat. Objection, misleading hearsay. Can anyone hear Camille's voice? Well, yes. Kent Hughes, thanks for the super chat. Is this the Three Stooges courtroom scene? I don't know. Kim Boyko, thanks to the super chat. On your poll, you need all of the above. Oh, I forgot to stop the poll, by the way. Let's end the poll. Let's see, what did we get to? Everybody thinks, 47% of you think he wants to make new case law. I agree. All right, let's see. Hillbilly Man, the judge never put her under oath. Yeah, he did at the very beginning. Kylo Bite, thanks for the super chat. Testifying and replacing the F with an L. Testifying is what she's doing. New word for the dictionary. She absolutely was testifying. Ilana Meineke, thanks for the super chat. Bud Love or whatever isn't relative to this case. Oh, yes, it is. Oh, yes, it is. Bud Love is incredibly relevant to the case. Duncan Idaho, thanks to the super chat, says, can this be appealed? Surely this can be taken up to the next level with a judge who's not a hysterical Birkenstock-wearing simp. Well, right now it is at the appellate level for the recusal of the judge because he refuses to recuse, and he's refused 3 times, even though showing this aggression and hostility towards the attorneys and towards the defendant's side. So we'll see what happens there. But yes, I guess you could appeal his ruling. D. Robertson, thanks to the super chat, does the appellate court watch any of the hearings to make a decision? Yeah, they will with the recusal thing. They will, because it's all referenced in the motion to writ to prohibit, writ of prohibition. Jamie Whittington, thanks to the super chat, Lynette lied on her initial filing, stating that she did not have an order pending and or against her from Jeremy. If the court knows she lied, why are we still wasting time on this? I can't answer that question. Sarah Adams, thanks to the super chat. You're a beautiful disaster. I know. I can never remember what I'm supposed to do. Okay, I'm sorry, but now we're done. We're really done this time. Go tell Danny on direct that I said hi. Go Raiders.
I was so lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. Oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices. And my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say. No, I don't wanna
So I take it that you've
Johnny's
seen
problem is he
Tamara
should
and
come
Johnny's bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yes.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall what
and
we
some
went
holy
into,
water.
Mr.
And a
Judson,
cross,
this
a
first
crucifix
session?
one.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't.
You realized his house was infested with
Just after
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a picture here with you of what it, yes. Do you
Suck
recall
you
what that was there
loaders.
when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she-
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
for
he wanted to
Melanie
drown her.
Lasis, and that
Next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Ms.